I kind of mess around with some of the settings and see if they work, hopefully. I'm just trying to think of like some other stuff too when it comes to at least figuring this out. Because, yeah. If hopefully my few other little switches don't work out, then I'm at a loss for words, TBH. TBH. So I guess I need to kind of go back to the initial settings, because it looks like at least other stuff works enough. You know, I just have to kind of tinker around with it and adjust as needed. But it's the screen share that's really kind of the fickle fuck thing in the mic. And as long as those two things can be fixed enough, then I think should be alright. Hopefully. But I'm just kind of giving a minute, waiting for the guys to come back. Yeah, my little tech wizards to help me out. Burp. That was actually kind of an impressive burp, I will admit.
Power off.
Yeah, we get it, asshole. Turn it back on. Aye.
Power on. Bluetooth. Bluetooth connected.
There we go. Alright. As long as we can at least get the mic and screen share stuff worked out, hopefully it should be good. But let's always do this part first. Okay. That's so far so good. Now, oops. Do this. Just make sure this is good. Okay. Yep, now that's good. So the screen's good now. Screen share's alright. Ah! Look how tiny that is. Jesus. Alright, well, that works. That's good. So, alright. Now it's just the audio. Now that's the only other thing to fucking figure out. But, cool. Alright, well, at least that's working good. So now it's just one more test. The final, fingers crossed, true and behold test. The audio sync and make sure that it's okay. And well, not even that. It's just from this mic, and that's it. Like, that's all I want it to do. Like, as long as it does that, we're good. And we can actually do some shit now. I will say, I kind of wish that my Streamlabs side of the screen was, like, over here for me instead of over here. Well, you'll see when it pops up, I guess. But now I just sit and wait. I sit and wait. Because the only way to do the audio parts to fix this is to have somebody in here to let me know. So now I have to wait for Rose or Hyperion. One of those two. So, Ay. I wonder if there's a way for me to just, like, pop up on Discord while I'm doing this. Let's see. No, there is not. There definitely isn't. If I'm split screened, I'm stuck with YouTube being the split screen part of things. So that's great. Alright, well, bummer. Can I just do it via just doing this? If they are, no, they have not. I don't have a notification from them. Fuck, I can't do it that way. Fuck. Well, that's unfortunate. I literally told them to hang tight and then come back. Like, I told them straight up, like, I'm doing another one. You know, I am doing another test, for fuck's sake. They probably didn't get notified because they're just so close back to back. I don't know, but hopefully that's just the case. I did at least, you know, unretire one of my hats. Problem is that, like, at least this pin right here, it's like a lapel type of pin, and it's a little molded, like, kind of out of place-ish, and it's really hard to kind of keep it, like, centered in its spot. And it's just like, fuck, it's really annoying. And then there is a pin back missing from this big thing, because there's two pins holding it up. So I'm just like, well, shit. But add more feathers to it. That orange feather from the other night when I was streaming, I got on there. And a few other feathers. It's like, I don't know if it's from a scrub jay or a stellar jay, but that striped blue feather, like, stuck out to me when I was walking a couple weeks ago. And I was like, fuck, dude. I gotta pick me up that. So, I decided to get this bad boy out of retirement. Oh. There we go. At least, you know, change up that, you know, start, you know, at least be diagonal or at least properly up. Okay, legit dead ass. If these motherfuckers don't pop in here in the next minute or two, I'm literally just gonna be like, fucking go over there to them. Be like, hey, yo, hoes. We're not done testing. You're my test subjects. I'll give it until about like the 10-minute mark, and I'm gonna be like, alright, assholes. Get over here. It's like, I need my test subjects and their ears to be destroyed. Or not, hopefully. The idea is hopefully they're not destroyed, but who knows? We'll have to see. Hopefully not the case. And little Chazzy Wazzy, look, you be so cute. You're just so adorable. Just you is. You just wagging that little tail sporadically, chaotically. You cute little princess dog. A little princess doggo. Another reason why I also want to be able to get this test out of the way too is that this fucking silence is it's killing me. It's driving me nuts. And I can't really kill the silence without ears. Well, at least those that aren't my own. Jazzy, what the fuck? You're so ridiculous. You goofy thing. Hey, Vito. Hey, blood. Oh my god, Jazzy looks so fucking adorable and goofy right now. Vito, you huff and puffer. You are huffing and a puffing. Oh god, now he's whining. I know what he wants to. And you can wait a little bit, dog. Now they're both over here. Hey, Jazzy, you sweet little thing. Hello. Hello. Oh, you're just a pretty girl. Oh, you got love too. Yes, yes, yes. All the babies. All the sweeties. All the beans. Well, it's pretty much been about that 10-minute mark. And there's What did I just literally tell them, like, in that test earlier? Like, come on. Ay, ay, ay. Dios mío. Well, calling them up again. Okay, there we go. Alright, cool. Alright. Boogaloo. Sweet. Yeah. So everything should be good. Because here, I'll even switch this over for you. Just show that screen's doing good. This is what was playing in the background too. La Probesca. And yeah, that's what was playing ear rape shit in the background for a minute. But now we're pretty much at the point where I think, at least, oh my god, turn back on. At least, you know, I think, I don't hear it because I haven't played it yet. Like, I haven't played anything yet. So, I mean, my thing is at least, you know, from what I could tell, I think I got, you know, the audio all fixed up and shit. So hopefully this, I don't know if it's flipped for you or if the screen's here or over here, but wherever it is, hopefully that don't ear rip you. So, I mean, this is the last test, and if not, I really don't fucking know, and I'm gonna have to just dig deeper or maybe just look up something online about it and just go from there. So, but let's see. Now, hopefully it doesn't ear rape you. So I'll also at least kind of keep talking a little bit while this is going on and just kind of keep it about, just about right there at least for now. Just see what happens. Is it at least, you know, coming from the mic, aka the Bluetooth that I'm moving around, or is it like playing directly like it's, you know, coming from this too, basically, right? Is it also external or is it, or internal, or is it just external? I'll do a little pause really quick at least. But I'm just hoping at least, you know, it's strictly external. Well, I hear you more in it. Okay, so how about this? I just turned it up and it's through the Bluetooth. Here, I'll put it under a pillow. Is it just coming from that? Is it just from that? There we go. Oh, we got it. We got him, boys. We fucking got it. We figured it out. Okay, see, I knew it. Ooh. I'm just saying, Rose, by the way, this won't be every stream doing stuff like this and, you know, just strictly. Like, we will do, you know, those two as well, but, oh, now we're in some business. Now we got it figured out. And what's kind of cool is that, you know, Streamlabs does just kind of keep it locked with YouTube Split. So, but the thing is, I can't flip them around. Like, because I want the Streamlabs section to be over here, like, and it's all over here. Because I could turn this off, which I guess that would work, but then you just see me here. Because there is like a little tiny live chat back there, but this works just as well. And in fact, pretty much acts like your little side chat, and this is your little viewing port. But, you know, so there we go. All right, we fixed it. We're back in business with the Streamlabs, man. Celebratory drink there. And obviously keep playing that. Because now that just means that, you know, it's from that, and that's what we need. Because now, you know, I could just turn it up, you know, and then from there, you know, that's when we react to stuff. But I just kind of can keep this at the same volume I always have with music when it's in the background when I'm just doing that. But now I have a little system now with Streamlabs where I think as long as I just kind of keep it like this, and just make sure that everything's working, when it starts up and everything, then I think we're good. As long as the settings don't switch on me. What's up? Guess who's here? You? I'm assuming, Brian. We're doing a Streamlabs thing, so we get to react to some shit and all that fun stuff. Let's test links to chat. I think it's appropriate to share some hardcore pornography. Oh, let me guess, some epic dank food. Yeah, let's try it. Let's not try it because it immediately uses the Streamlabs thing instead. You're gonna... damn, dude. We're gonna have to figure this one out. Because I just realized this. Like, the split screen is only gonna work for YouTube or unless I, like, close YouTube and while it's still in the background. And then split screen it with something else. So, links, you would have... that one's gonna be a little tricky, to be honest. Like, we might just have to make a segment just for looking at that shit versus, like, looking at some, shit on YouTube or something. Or maybe, or a segment on Reddit, like looking at Am I the Asshole? Man, it didn't work that way before. I know it didn't. I think that's mostly because of the software of the phone. Because, like, how the split screen and all these other things that I used to do with Streamlabs used to work, it worked differently. So now it's just it's just a different UI and everything. So it's just like... I think I'm just kind of shit out of luck on that a little bit, but we can at least make it work enough as long as it's just, regular, it's just like Chrome links, So we'll just have to kind of set things up, differently, with different shit. Porn from YouTube. Well, yeah, like, food porn and stuff. I mean, yeah, like it's not like we don't have, like, an excess of food content, you know what I mean? Amongst other shit, Like, and also, it's a great opportunity to start reacting to a lot of stuff that I think is perfect brain rot, where I do want to go on rants about, but I'm sitting here like, it's better to just, like, have it there and actually watch it, like, to react to, Like, it's just better to do it that way. It's one hand to talk, like, post-sense after the fact about it, versus, like, having your thoughts in the moment. Even if you've already seen it and already have your thoughts, there's something about getting back in the moment kind of thing to where it kind of, like, reinvigorates you. First test, courtesy of Dylan. Okay. Let's try it. Oh, fuck, it did work. It worked. Yeah, but YouTube Shorts being literal squares are still a thing. See? He's in his square, so you can barely see him. Oh my goodness. Vito, you goof. You just bonked the controller on your head. And Jazzy's wagging her tail because she's all happy that you bonked yourself on your head. So, YouTube links work. It reconnects and redirects to the YouTube app. Which, here, we'll turn it up. What do we got here? Think it's as good as it gets. Well, it's YouTube Shorts. They're just going to be squares. I wish it would just auto-adjust so they're just, like, fit the screen, Like, or at least, I wish it would be like that, because that makes more sense. But, hey, whatever.
50. What's the difference between margarine and shortening? The amount of time spent on the toilet. You need reinforcement.
Oh, I think I've seen this one.
Creamy. Sift your flour 3 times. Lady, your cake has tomato soup in it. This is the least of your worries. Cloves, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Can't hide from...
Okay, wait a minute. What the fuck is this? Because I can't see the title. I don't even think I have a way to click it because the like button is in the way of the settings thing to where I can actually view the details of it. Like, what the tomato soup cake? Whoever made that needs to just, like, be buried, like, in a tomb. It just never released. Why? Why? I mean, I can understand, like, tomato soup, like, being incorporated into, like, a savory, like, pastry or a savory, type of bread. You know what I mean? Like, tomatoes, like, why? Just honestly, why?
Hey, I wish you could. No. No. 911, what's your emergency? Yeah, that lady Carol is at the barbecue again. Careful not to overmix. Sorry, I'm just trying to kill it. Smells like a hospital. Tomato spice. If pumpkin spice got hit by a bus. At least it's not moving. Icing. Yeah. Shut up. Doesn't taste like tomato. Tastes like chocolate.
Fucking what? Chocolate. Bullshit. No, I feel like that's some cope. I feel like there's some bullshit cope with that. No way. Oh, I know there is actually a free list for Bearded Ramblings in August, and I might have to show them this and be like, hey, when you go down to the food segment, like when you're watching some random memes and videos, put this on your roster. Because is this like some bastardized evil, like, or is there like some origins of like some British evil that was perpetuated and we got this, or or what? Like, I mean, I know you're Irish, but it's just like, I mean, I'm sure being the neighbors and you have plenty of shit to talk to, about the Brits. You gotta have some deets, you know what I mean? You gotta have some information. Cause what the fuck is this? I mean, it tastes like chocolate? I don't even know, bro. Like, what? Praying for Dublin. Praying for Dublin? Wait, is there something going on in Dublin? There's something going down in Dublin, I say. Phoebe, I'm doing the Ideology after party now, bish. How dare you? I saw that fucking notification, Phoebe. You know what? We're doing it. Where is it? We're trolling her. We're trolling her live in the moment.
Early in the morning. Oh, and up she rises. Oh, and up she rises. Oh, and up she rises early in the morning. Shave his back with a rusty razor. Shave up his back with a rusty razor. Shave up his back with a rusty razor. Early in the morning. I beat you to it this time, Ignar.
No, you didn't.
This time.
No, you didn't.
Me and you need to do
Oh,
a
shit.
collaborative stream, though.
Ah! Whoa! No! What just happened? I clicked the button and then shit went haywire. Oh, fuck. Alright, we gotta get back to that. Hold on. Hold up.
Do another collaborative stream, though. I know there for a while it was kind of hard for you to find moments to do it, so don't blame me there. What's up, Rose? I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it. We're here. We're
Boom.
queer. Don't fuck with us. We'll fuck you up. We're here. We're queer.
There we go. Give her at least an explanation what's up. Do a little like at least too, because I'm a nice guy. I'm being a nice bro.
What do you do with a drunken femboy? What do you do with a drunken femboy? What do you do?
What do you do with a drunken femboy?
In the morning.
Fuck him right on up in the boozy.
Dress him up in a Velma costume. Dress him
Or that
up
too.
in a Velma costume. Dress him up in a Velma costume. Early
in the morning.
I've been streaming for a while, actually, on Streamlabs, testing things out. That's cool. I haven't checked out your streams in a while just because YouTube hasn't been recommending them to me for whatever reason, but I'll have to check you out.
Hold on, I got Ali's message.
I try to swing through there every so often, you know? Back ball, daddy-o. Back ball, daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. 'Twas early in the morning, just before I rose to travel. Up comes a band of footmen, and likewise Captain Farrell. I first produced my pistol, for she stole away me again. But a good natured wanted herself a prisoner, I was taken.
I honestly do legit will sing to those when she happens to be like doing her thing. I will like this. I'll be like, all right, I'm getting in a sing mood because I know these songs too. Real Irish lads. Oh, Irish lads and lasses, hell yeah. Yeah, she knows a lot of good old like Irish folk songs and stuff. I know a few too as well myself. One of my favorites is either Up the Provost or St. Patrick's Battalion. Both happen to be by David Rovics too, by the way. Sorry, Phoebes. Don't want to pause you, but I will. Hey, you know, honestly, now that we're doing the tests and they all work out, I'm definitely happy about that, though. That's all that matters. Learn the Irish Rebel song on my guitar. I want to learn St. Patrick's Battalion because that one's a pretty, really good song. From Dublin City to San Diego, we witnessed freedom tonight. Then we formed the St. Patrick's Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. It's a really good song. You know, since we can do this shit right now, fuck it. Let's just play it in the background. Because now I can just say fuck it and just do this shit if I can. There we go. Here we go. It's just a little weird because it's just in this weird half fucking thing here. Where is that old song? I just don't know how to fucking play it yet. I thought you saw Queen Phoebe. Hey, she just started her stream and I wanted to go troll her and I achieved. Well, not even really troll, just kind of like, do a little jibble jab, a little jab back and forth. She even mentioned we've been needing to do a dual stream eventually and just haven't scheduled one out. And so, I mean, it doesn't come with a little sass and smartassery, You gotta do that a little bit here and there. There, turn up this smidge. Might as well, since, Also, what I love about it, too, I listen to this song, is it doesn't really talk about, like, Irish volunteers or freedom fighters for America or for, broadly the United States, because there's, like, endless tales and folklore and stories about, like, Irish, volunteers in the U.S. Army and stuff, but never about the ones that fought against the U.S., because there actually have been. At least, in this case, St. Patrick's Battalion with the Mexican Army. Oh, these little baby beans are so cute sleeping. Dublin City to San Diego, we witnessed freedom tonight. Now formed the St. Patrick's Battalion, and we fought on Mexican side. We formed the St. Patrick's Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. We got about at least a quarter of a battalion right here, so you can sing along. March with the green flag of St. Patrick, and blaze with orange over. So once our apps are connected to Streamlabs, or is that it only opens contact for apps you've installed? It's here, I'll pause real quick, but it's with how I have it split screened. I don't think there's a way to show like what happens when I split screen. And did it really like? Oh, hold on, come on. Does it not want to pop the thing up? Split screen, bitch. It doesn't want to pop it up, I guess, but because of the split screen, thing, like that, it's hard to explain. Maybe I could screen cap it or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, like because It's because it's only connected to the split screen that I have here, because I can't just like hold down the settings button or whatever and have it split from there. I have to go to, just click it, and then and then click like the settings for the app, and then say split screen and click that, and then click another app that I have up, and then it connects to that via split screen. So now it's basically like I can only, for all intents and purposes, like if it's a YouTube link, then it will go straight to it. But if not, it will just pop up via the Streamlabs, because it's the last thing I clicked as an app, instead of YouTube. So because I'm clicking the link. So I would have to like open Chrome or something like that, and the link could possibly redirect there and do it that way. But it would be a little extra step process instead of back in the day where I could just easily just split screen and not split. It wouldn't be a problem outside of maybe like a 1 second buffer. Now it might be a couple seconds, and then I have to kind of do extra fickle fuck, to find the right thing and shit. Make sure it's also not on like an app or like on a link on Chrome where it's like, yeah, like an hour ago, I was like, had some wood, so I took care of it. And then I just don't think about Chrome, since. And then I pull it up, and then the first fucking thing that shows up on Chrome is that, and I have a share screen on. It's like, I would have to at least make sure it's some shit where I'm like, all right, don't want to be like, oop, the hub is up. Don't need that. So, or E621 or something. It's like, yeah, that don't want to be good. There's to be some settings you can tamper with later. Yeah, I'm sure with my phone settings specifically, I'm sure I could tamper with it and, adjust it, and go from there. So that would just have to be some stuff I'll have to look at my phone later with. But at least, luckily, it doesn't really stop us. It's just an extra step buffer process, and it's kind of annoying. Or at least I could tell it's going to be annoying. And even occasionally, if, because of how it's set up, with how some of the buttons are, with the overlay with, at least YouTube, and even Streamlabs, it also would be kind of annoying. But it's something that I can adjust to, and then, if anything, just kind of refine, my thing. But here, let me see if I can at least get the screen back up. Because, okay, for some reason, it's behind, like, me. But I need you to read my dramatic messages. Yeah, no worries. Burp. Discord. Oh, yeah. My full name is Irish as fucks. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, mine would be if it wasn't anglicized. Or at least, anglified with my Angle side of my family. I'm not going to say my name, though. Or at least, my mom's side, which is Irish as fuck. Irish and Angle, but my dad's side's a little bit more like Nordic and Germanic and Angle. But at least with my dad's side, with like grandfather, like, from like the father's side of the family line, has been predominantly Anglo. Because I can trace that to literally one of the 4 writers with Paul Revere. William Dawes. He was one of the 4, along with Paul Revere, that wrote to warn, the different colonies about the British, and their invasion and stuff, and the revolution started, kind of thing. So, I mean, I can at least trace, like, both of my parents' side, to, like, way back in American history, like, pre-American independence. Like, because I even know that some of my mom's side of the family came here really early on, but didn't really start getting prolific until well after independence. But they had, like, a family here, that were kind of, like, on their own, for a while, until after independence. And then a lot of them started slowly but surely moving west. But a lot of them also lived in the South, too. Started off in, like, places like in Carolinas, they predominantly, and then they kind of, some of them shifted to, like, places like Alabama, Tennessee, Nebraska, and eventually places like Louisiana, Arkansas, and then eventually, during, like, the early to mid 1900s, at least, especially around, like, the 20s and 30s, and, a lot of families, especially the ones I have now, moved to Texas. And most of them have pretty much been there since. Which honestly, like, literally, if it just dead ass wasn't for the fact if it was for the politics of Texas, I wouldn't mind, like, visiting there, like, all the time and shit. And I'm not even joking, because there is, like, legit some really cool elements about, about Texas, including some of the, land and some of the nature around it. Like, you wouldn't think it, but it's pretty prolific with a lot of, beauty. You just have to seek it out and go through a lot of slog and bullshit to go find it. But, once you do, it's there. That was something scary, 10 minutes. Well, the screen doesn't want to pop up because I have the screen share screen on and it's in the background for some reason. So I got to figure that out. Here, let me go to scenes and maybe I can edit them. Maybe I can change the layers up a little bit or something. Let's try that. See if that helps. It didn't. See, okay, so this is like a weird thing with Streamlabs, I guess. Yeah, here, let me do that. Oh, fuck me. Oop, wrong button. Here, let me do this. Let me just add another screen share fucking thing on it. We'll just add all the layers, fuck it. Until we have one. Alright, do we? Well, it doesn't want to show, but hold on. Let's do that and put you right there. Let's just kind of do this too. Why not? Save. Locked. Huh, weird. It's giving me a weird fucking thing on it. Being like, no. It keeps popping this up. 423 locked. Get Streamlabs API token. Okay, I have no idea. Locked? I don't know. Hold on. Let me just do this first. If it will stop doing this shit. Stop. It literally will not stop popping the fuck up. Wow, that's annoying. Here, let me just do this. Here, we'll just kind of take the whole fucking thing off. Wow, that stopped it from freaking the fuck out. Here, we'll try the screen share thing again. Yeah, okay, well, for some reason, it just doesn't want to, like, be on the proper overlay. Okay, that's great. Are these bastards saying you need premium or some shit? Upgrade to Streamlabs Gold to unlock new features? No, it's not doing that. I don't... What? Oops. I don't know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure my screen overlay is right. That's all, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn. What do I have to do for that? Circle of Doom. Yeah, dude, this is absurd. I'll admit, this is driving me nuts a little bit. Okay, so Streamlabs is, as usual, always has been a little glitchy and is now certainly being glitchy at the moment. So it can't escape its bullshit permanent. Yeah, oh my god, I don't know. Okay. Saw the chat screen for a sec. Yeah, because that's my screen share version and it won't pop it up. Now we're going to see if it does. Holy fuck, it did. Okay, there we go. And let's see, boom, now just spam that up. So, yeah. Dude, like, why did it take so much effort to just do that? I swear to God, if that is a reoccurring issue, I am not going to be happy. I'm just putting that out there. And it might disenfranchise me from doing this often. So I will put that out there if this ends up being a very constant issue. I mean, I guess the way I'm doing it is a little fucking quirky, I will admit. But, you know, hey. I mean, fuck, dude. Gotta work with what you got. Anyway, let me put it back to the split screen thing. Might as well just... Oh, hold on. Okay. Well, I don't know if it really showed anything, but yeah, like I'm kind of I literally have to like click a split screen option and then just do this, Maybe a Streamlabs alternative may work better. The only one I know of is StreamYards, and I don't think they have an app. Like the people that regularly use Streamlabs, I've asked them and said, "Hey, like, what's like, do they have an app?" And they don't know. So off on screen for a sec. Oh, so the stream doesn't buffer when I like do this. So it doesn't buffer when that happens. I mean, okay. Honestly, I don't really mind if he shows the phone screen, because slightly. Well, I mean, it's not like there's anything serious. It's literally just my homepage where I have a folder with some games, a folder of my social media, including Streamlabs and YouTube and stuff like that. My finances, Cash App, my bank app, stuff like that. They're all in folders. Like, and the only ones that aren't is basically like Flight Radar and like one or two other apps. I have like a few apps that aren't in folders, but beyond that, they pretty much are. If you need to alternate positions to the screen, no, it's fine. Chat doesn't need to be up all the time. Well, it's not for that. It's mostly just so I guess for simplicity's sake. So, for this shit, you just happen to see what's playing for music, That would basically be the only factor. It's like, hey, you get to see what music's playing. Or what we're reacting to, Because we could literally just do this and then be like, all right, homepage. I'll put that off to the side. And then, well, hold on, just do that. There we go. I could just, yeah. Bop. Cunt fuck. I thought that if I just... Yes, that is true, and that's what I was talking about as well. Like, when this happens, I'm assuming it's still going on. I click this, and it's split screen, and then this pops up, and then that happens, and then this, and then this happens, right? Like, so, see, now that's what I was trying to bring the fuck up, because now we can just do this and be like, what's up? Because, see, got Zohan being goated, which... no shit. I don't even really need to react to that to know that, you know what I mean? And then there's like some other shit here. So it's not really necessarily bad, like this, like I got nothing to hide on my YouTube homepage. If anything, I'd just be like, what the fuck is on my homepage? And I would have more curiosity about it, if anything. But actually, wait, what? Well, you know what? We got something that we could look at here maybe in a minute. I swear to God, that better actually be fucking true. I don't know if y'all are able to see it, but centrists finally admit progressives are right. That better... I swear to fuck that actually better be a thing. Because I've been noticing a slight shift, even with some centrist, like, Democrat corporate fucks. At least some of them. But not all the way. And I'm just like, So now I'm thinking, it's like, is there actually like a fucking, shift now? The vindication is spreading. It fucking better be. And frankly, honestly, at least for some of these liberals, I am not going to forgive them. Nor especially forget, nor really, give them some sort of applause or anything, for now finally fucking figuring it out. Because it's been, frankly, arguably, well over a decade for them to figure this shit out. Especially after 2016, at least. So, at least about a decade, but at minimal. But for sure, for well over that. For at least maybe 2 decades. They could have learned with Gore. They could have learned by not fucking over Howard Dean in 2004. They could have learned about, making sure, to stay principled and keep Obama in line and in check with his progressive positions and make him not break his fucking promises. Like, they had moments for over 2 decades at least where they could have at least ensured that like there was still like a wing of strength in their party. And now it's like, especially for these long-term motherfuckers, and now just starting to figure it out. Fuck them. It's, you know, a little too late, too little, you know, a little too little, too late there, my G. For the new upcoming people, like for, you know, the new bloods and stuff, you know, like, yeah, I got a different position with them, but like these old school, old dog motherfuckers that have been in the game for a long time, people like Newsom, people like fucking Booty Judge, you know, it's like, there's snakes in the grass, and I don't fucking believe or trust a word they got him say. I'm glad they're saying the right shit, but I wouldn't believe them for a fucking second. They come from that Obama brand of Democrat. They talk the right shit, but as soon as they're in power, they backtrack everything. Or at least enough of it to where the shit that really matters. Man, doesn't it feel good? We haven't even clicked this video or started it, and we already have a react. We haven't even gone a nanosecond into this fucking video. Well, I guess now we went about a little over half a second in. But we already are going off. You know what I mean? We're already popping. We're cooking. It's good to be back, I will admit. There's that one dude admitted Bernie was right. Looked physically painful for him to admit, and I love that. Was that the Kyle video? Or no, that's the video we're about to look at, I think. I think we're about to watch that. So let's dive in and see if that's the case.
Yeah, I didn't shy away from saying the truth, even one iota, since day one. I believe
Is it?
People would...
Well, I mean, the thumbnail, I don't know if you can see, it's Bernie that looks like he's being interviewed in a room. You know, it just has Hassan's, you know, head, like, you know, photoshopped, you know, but I think so. I mean, here, I'll just kind of skip ahead and, yeah. Wow, this is really long coming up.
Right away. Here, let's... I don't get it. Hey, I'm going to skip this. I can't even talk about this any longer. It's just so stupid.
We're following an issue that is being closely tracked here in Washington. What is being labeled the worst-case scenario of famine unfolding in Gaza. That's the dire warning that we are getting from a food security agency that is backed by the United Nations. And that group says that more than 20,000 kids were admitted for treatment for acute nutrition between April and mid-July. More than 3,000 of them were severely malnourished, and images like these show the staggering human toll that we are watching play out. One child seen shoveling as much flour as he could off of an aid truck into his own t-shirt as he turned into a makeshift bowl to carry that flour. The president today acknowledged what he and the world have been watching.
Maybe I should have paused it before the orange pumpkin. But, dude, the fact that, like, so much of the world and Israel as a state has basically been live streaming and documenting this shit for so long, and yet it's only up until about now where that paradigm is starting to really fucking shift now, is just kind of disgusting to me. Because arguably, and just factually, that shit's been going on for a long time. Not to the degree it has now, but, like, these kids, these fucking, you know, families, these people, you know, young adults and shit, seem a bit laggy compared to the video. I've noticed that. I think it's just because, you know, like, Streamlabs is just kind of, yeah, it's, oh, I'm still connected to the Wi-Fi. That's probably why. So it's on overdrive a little bit because I'm, like, doing streaming, reacting. So I think I might be having the Wi-Fi on overdrive. So when the video's playing, it's focusing on the bandwidth of that more so than my shit. So that might be it. Next time I do this, I'll just have to turn the Wi-Fi off. That's probably why. Hopefully I'm not, like, so laggy that it's cut my audio off. Or at least, you know, not enough to where it's not understandable what I'm saying. But point being, though, it's just like, both sides do stuff. Only one's getting several $1 billion in military funding. I hear you good. Okay, so as long as my audio's okay, then I don't really care if the video's a little laggy. Whatever. If the video's a little laggy, then fuck it. I don't care. You know, but, yeah, but that's like another thing. Like, especially when it comes to this whole Hamas fucking shit. It's like, dog, Hamas is barely a fucking thing anymore. Like, yeah, they're still an organization. I guess, yeah, they're still technically active and everything. But considering how unironically goat fucked that they've been by Israel just from their utter, like, careless destruction of Gaza. Like, I mean, there's no way that they're in any position to really fundamentally fight back in any significant way. I mean, they honestly have, and media will never tell you this, but yeah, Hamas has actually, like, taken out a few Merkava tanks and taken out some IDF soldiers and shit like that. You know, but you know what? I don't give a fuck. And in fact, especially, you know, this whole hostage shit, the hostages have been released. You want to know what they're talking about? A lot of POWs and these IDF fucks who, you know, since the 7th and, you know, since then, moving forward, have now been captured as prisoners of war. They're POWs. They're not hostages. They're prisoners of war. Like, that's a whole different fucking thing. But they want to treat them like they're hostages still. It's ridiculous. When they're not. Like, at this rate, like, as far as I'm concerned, Hamas is like basically the last little bit ragtag motherfuckers that are able to have some guns and ammunition and are just doing whatever they can to just not die. It's like playing the Inglourious Basterds killed Nazis. And not only that, scalped them. And carved swastikas on the ones they kept alive on their foreheads. And you know what? Good. I'd do the same thing, by the way. I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, I wouldn't mind getting me a few Nazi scalps. And for the ones that I keep alive, I know they ain't going to keep their uniform on. They're never going to wear that proudly for the rest of their fucking lives. So I'm going to make sure there's something carved into them to permanently make sure that, you know, they have a reminder of who they served. I do kind of take that, you know, the Apache kind of philosophy with it. I do kind of, you know, unironically, you know, do have that idea. Including now. You know, they might not wear a swastika, but you know what? You know, that even makes it more of a reason why they should probably have it carved into their fucking forehead, right? They don't want to fucking wear that actual fucking, you know, emblem on them in any way. They want to dog whistle it. They want to mask their identity even. You know, and all this other shit. So, you know, honestly, let's make sure that we have a way to unironically fucking make sure and, you know, like, guarantee that we know who they fought for and whose side they were always on. Cybertruck Cataprod? No. You got, dude, I'll do you one better. A fucking cattle brand. Just have it in the shape of a swastika, put that in a nice hot coals, put it right on that forehead. You can't do it on the ass or anywhere where they can hide it with their, you know, skivvies or their pants or shit. You gotta make sure that the only way they can hide it is, like, they fucking have to have long-ass hair and look like an emo weird bitch and have a bowl cut or something, or just wear a hat. And even then, you can still see some of it. You know what? To make it even better, it's not called a prod. A cattle prod is the electric shit. Cattle brand is the one that you stick in the hot coals and you brand. Usually, like, on the side of, like, the front of their leg or the back and their hind leg on their thigh. Usually. So... But, yeah, there's the cattle brand, and then there's the cattle prod. But the cattle prod, I mean, that's how you get them down. You know, after that, you get the brand, you know, tool, and then that's when you know, do that. And you know what? And to make it even better, to make sure that they can never, ever, ever fucking get rid of it and make it impossible to hide, put it right here. Not just on their cheek, on their cheekbone. So even if they have facial hair, there's still going to be enough of it, you know, that their facial hair can't fucking hide. You know, and even then, if you burn it off, there's just going to be a patch where that's just there because, like, you burnt off so much that there ain't going to grow facial hair anymore on that side. So, you know what? Even then, you know, hey, that actually even work out even better. If they already have facial hair, you might have to just, like, take a Bowie knife and just, like, you know, just get it out. Hold still, I'm not an artist. I say hold still for sure, but I would not say I'm not an artist. I would just say I'm not good at, you know, pain management. So I'm good at artistry, but I like to take my time and make sure it's done right. And that includes a lack of pain management. So I hope you're willing to sit for a nice long session. Have Parkinson's? Well, For me, I would just make sure it's a nice long session where I'm being very precise with how I do the swastika, you know, or branding too, or anything. Yeah, like, I want to make sure that I, like, you know, take my nice, sweet little time. I kind of like how we just evolved from, like, fuck Israel and their shit to just, like, how we would, like, fuck up Nazis. Like, I love the random total shift. As far as I'm concerned, these Israeli dogs are fucking Nazis as far as I care, too. Like, the Jewish people in themselves obviously aren't. And in fact, there's a major difference, you know, when it comes to this type of shit. I always have to emphasize it, but I might as well again. And in fact, there's even, like, fundamental, like, philosophy differences. You know, there's, like, a Jewish, you know, idea called Bundism, which is basically the idea of, like, the broader Jewish diaspora, which the inherent philosophy of Bundism is anti-Zionist, by the way, where the broader diaspora, their homeland is the land of their states, the land that they were born and raised from, where, you know, their families rested, right? Like, from Poland to Russia to, like, Germany to the U.S., wherever the fuck it is, you know? It's like, that's their land, that's their home. There is no inherent Jewish homeland. There is no inherent God's chosen land for the God's chosen people, and that even in itself is kind of a false premise. They might be God's chosen people, and they might still believe that, at least in the religious sense of the philosophy, but they don't believe in the God's chosen land / the whole Zionist perspective, and in fact, detest it, because they believe that the idea of Jerusalem is not, you know, inherent to the Jews. They're inherent to just broadly God's people, just who, regardless of who's chosen, who isn't. Because, I mean, if you think about it, Jerusalem kind of is like a Abrahamic God's chosen city, and all of them have some claim to it, and they all have, you know, valid, invalid, whatever the fuck reasons, and depending on how you want to believe or not believe in it, they all have their reasons for it. And so, at least broadly, you know, these type of Jews, the broader diaspora, and frankly, which would arguably be most Jews, because most of them are, you know, of a broader diaspora, you know, kind of at least in some way or another believe in that general idea. But, you know, the extra steps further for, like, the actual, like, Bundism philosophy, you know, kind of gets even socialist and even very leftist in nature, where it's like, you know, the workers and the communities of, you know, of the diaspora, you know, wherever it might be, you know, mutually aid and, you know, do kind of communistic things for each other. And not just that, but for the neighbors, even if they're not part of that, you know, like, they have a very, like, leftist saying where they will have, like, you know, labor unions that are specifically called buns, hence where the term comes from, where they're just like Jewish workers that, really, we've been paused for too long, but, that is kind of annoying though. But where they would have like specific trade union and worker councils that are ran by Jews, operated by Jews, and are for like the Jewish workers and shit, you know. And they first started in Russia in like the early 1900s, I believe, or even earlier than that, if I remember correctly. And you know, from that, like, they, you know, essentially use that power to, you know, like, not only empower themselves, but also empower the people in the communities around them too, because, you know, because this preceded the Holocaust and the Nazis and shit too. Like, when it comes to this philosophy, and they believed like we were always treated as like outcasts and underclass, and we've, you know, don't want that for anyone else, especially for ourselves. So let's have like a mutual philosophy of, you know, help, you know, where we uplift each other, and that includes the people who are also downtrodden, you know, just like us. It's a very empathetic and kind of a humanistic philosophy and perspective. And, you know, there's a very liberalized idea of that, which is still anti-Zionist. And like I said, most Jews believe in this kind of broader idea. They might not call it Bundism today, but, I mean, arguably, especially leftist Jews, they probably are very well aware of it and are advocates and probably believers of that philosophy. And arguably, I'd say it represents the Jewish people way better and well more, and just historically has, you know, more so than Zionism has. Like, Zionism is represented like the, you know, broader Christian beliefs and philosophy more so than Jewish beliefs. Like, just legitimately. Because the whole end goal of Zionism is the whole greater Israeli state, which in the Torah and also like even in then, with the Judaic belief system, it's not really inherently like, prophesized for this idea. It is in Christianity, though, especially for the idea of a second coming of Christ, and in order to have that happen, God's chosen people needs to conquer and wipe out all of their neighbors and enemies who are, the enemies of God and are blasphemers against, the Lord's name and will. And what does that sound like? So it's like Zionism is basically an attempt to modernize, revelations when it comes to like Christian beliefs and philosophy. And it's on top of that, encourage anti-Semitism too, because it also is inherently an anti-Semitic belief. Because the elders of Zion were like Jewish elites, synagogue leaders, and others who worked with the British government and the United States government leading up to Nazism and pre-World War II, where, as the persecution was going on, they didn't want to take the Jews in, as refugees and shit. And in fact, it's well known that the UK and the United States especially have turned away refugee ships where, those Jews who could have had lives and opportunities and, and like a family and actually have like, generations live on here, they died in the Holocaust because we as a government turned them away. And because a part of this encouragement of we don't want them here, let them have their own nation, let them have their own ethno-state. And that's where Israel came from. Unironically, I'm not fucking even kidding. Like, look up into how some of the history of, like, of the early stages before Israel was officially a state. Look up at how, like, some of the elements of the politics of how it became a thing. It's actually pretty fucked. I mean, and look at how Israel's now. It's, kind of fucked because of, in part, this belief system and this ideology. That's why I always have to kind of emphasize it, because it's like, Zionism isn't even really inherently a Jewish thing. Yeah, there are definitely Jews that believe it for sure. I'm not even going to deny that, but it's just like, fuck. I mean, they're basically the ones who are like the, Nazi collaborators in the ghettos, snitching their fucking comrades. Like, oh yeah, I saw that guy smuggling some guns because, the OSS, fucking had an airdrop. I noticed that. And I noticed these guys, fickle fucking around with it. And I noticed guns in the midst of the food or some shit like that. Like, I mean, it's no different from that. Because that was absolutely a fucking thing. Like, in the ghettos and in, like, some of these, even in, like, the concentration camps, there were, like, Jews who were essentially collaborators and traitors for the most part, who would just rat out their own people and rat out their neighbors and their community and shit. Well before, like, the real, like, death camp shit really started taking fruition. This is like the early stages. Just because they thought they would get an out. But ultimately, more often than not, they suffered the same fate. Or eventually were caught for their crimes and persecuted in Nuremberg trials. Back in business. Yeah, after it took like over an hour and a half. And also, we've been going off and we barely reacted to this video. And we already been kind of cooking. So... And luckily, my rant is starting to bring it back in full circle. So, like 80%. Yeah, we're almost there. Like, I would say we're, like, there enough. But enough tweaks around the edges will be Gucci. We're at the, like, we got to tweak some things around the edges and tune her up a little bit. But she's running now. And we got beers, weed, and everything to celebrate. Oh, yeah, it's something for top of Batman for 12-11 Tetris Online. Nice. There's something about being immigrants coming here to the establishment country and then generally turning away immigrants that's so American. It literally is unironically, funny enough, the most American fucking thing, dude. Like, be, a family of immigrants, regardless of how far back that goes, and then now you're against immigration. Like, the only way you could be, honestly, arguably, in the United States, the only way you could be against immigration is if you're a fucking indigenous American and predominantly making it against immigration against white people. I'm not even joking. I'm not even kidding. They have the only valid excuse for that shit. Like, because at least, when it comes to Hispanics, Latinos and shit, like, you got a little bit that mestizo / like, indigenous blend and mix, where there's, like, a little Aztec or Incan and, shit like that, you know what I mean? Or, like, Mayan, they're going to look at them as, like, indigenous brothers and sisters for all they care, even if they are a little mixed. I mean, because these days, a lot of indigenous people are a little bit themselves. So, but either way, I mean, they're the only ones that have a valid take on being, like, anti-immigration. None of us whiteys do, but they do. And even in Europe, too, by the way. I mean, unless you're, like, strictly ethnically, like, German or French or this and that, you got no fucking argument. And even then, you all never can, because you're all fucking mutts. You all Europeans are fucking mutts now. You can't, there's no way to argue that now. And even then, it would be the indigenous peoples of, like, like the Sami, with, like, Sweden or Norway, right? Like, in the very far north. Or, like, the Siberians people, or, like, whatever. It would be, like, other minority ethnic groups and shit that are there that are just not really known or considered or really thought of, and shit. But even, or if not, just practically wiped out, So it's, like, and the very few that are left would have the excuse. But not these bitches. They're less homogenous than you think. That's kind of what I'm saying. That's why I honestly dog on a lot of these far-right weirdos, especially when it comes to Europe, because, like, you're all a bunch of European mutts. Like, you just all are. I don't care, like, what nation and this and that you come from. Ethnically, you're a fucking mutt. At least a European one. Yeah, maybe you don't got some of the Eastern shit or the Western and this and that or whatever, but you ultimately are. If you come from, like, Paris, or something like that, I guarantee you got a little German, Frisian, Dutch, Anglo-Saxon. You got a little bit of everything going on there. You know what I mean? It's like, shut up. It's like, you got no origins with your ass. Besides being from a particular region. Because that's, for me, the origins of my ethnicity is just a region of Europe. It's Northwest Europe. That includes the British Isles and Ireland. Some of Scandinavia, and some of, like, Friesland, the Dutch areas, and, fucking a little bit of Germany and shit. Like, that's basically it. Like, I don't really got an origin outside of where, I don't know, shocker, where I was fucking born. But I ain't gonna, like, beget or fucking, like, put my value of, where I live, over the people who've been here for thousands of fucking years. If anything, I ought to learn a thing or two from them. Like, if anything. And ultimately, it really shouldn't fucking matter. We're all on the same ball of rock going tens of thousands of fucking miles an hour through the fucking galaxy, through the fucking universe, with the universe itself going hundreds of thousands of who knows how fucking miles an hour through the universe. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit? Ultimately. But unfortunately, racist dumbass motherfucks and these nationalists, this ethno bullshit, like, all this shit, like, where people take so much priority or value to where it's like somehow if that was like invalidated or taken away somehow mysteriously, it would just suddenly be like, oh no, the world crumbles around me. It's just like, no, it doesn't. I mean, honestly, the fact that there are some of these cultures and some of these elements about society that are kind of coming back after damn near probably getting obliterated or colonized and westernized or whatever the fuck else, it's just like, that's a good thing. I mean, think about all the indigenous people and the Native Americans and shit, not just in North America, but for all the Americas that have damn near had their culture and ideas and beliefs and everything just damn near wiped the fuck out. And yet, a lot of it still lives to this day. And unfortunately, a lot of it just for the word of tongue, for elders that just speak about it. They don't write it down or nothing. So it's up to, like, other people to learn that shit and, like, document it, because, I mean, it's only a matter of time until eventually a lot of this shit gets lost because it's literally only, like, oral, traditional, like, teachings and history and shit. At least we can get, like, something, if we get it documented. And then, especially with archaeology and some other shit, like, we learn more. I had a probably dead bug off my ceiling earlier this afternoon. There was some ants on it, I think. It looked like a black mold, super freaky. Wait, what? Dude, what is wrong with Georgia, bro? Like, you had a dead bug on your ceiling that, like, got mold around it and ants were feasting upon. What? is wrong with Georgia, dog? What the fuck? I think. I honestly don't even know what to say. Wow. Okay. Hello, my Uranus sister were probably are. Yeah, well, I know mine were, for sure. Well, honestly, at least with me, like, I would say maybe the mutt aspect of things started coming around, like, in the later part of my family background. Like, I would say, like, my parents slash their, well, my dad's biological parents, at least, especially, and some elements of my mom's side of the family, at least like 3 to 4 or 5-ish generations back, that's when a lot of, like, mixing happened a lot. But honestly, for the most part, it was mostly like mixing between like Anglo, German, Irish, and shit like that. Just straight up Northern European mutt, bro. God damn it, it's clogged. There's only a little bit left. Well, that's still fucked. That's just still fucked. That means the great battle took place or horror, depending on perspective. No, stay back. I have kids. Ants we must feed. Well, it sounded like if there's mold on it, at least potentially some mold on it, it probably was there for a while. And then some scout ant found the carcass and then just started feasting on it. So, and honestly, bro, like, if that's going on, dude, the place that you're living at has got so many fucking problems that I don't even know, bro. You gotta figure it out. Or, I mean, I don't know if you have people that you could room up with or you already have roomies, but if not, on the roomie, you have roomies, but if you got some people you could room up with, I don't know. Move. Pretty sure there's a ghost living here. I'm pretty sure that your apartments are built on a Native American burial ground and now it's cursed. So you might have to, like I said, move. Or maybe just like, give a sacrifice, find out like what local tribe used to be there. And then, be like, here's sacrifice and a good blessing to your peoples, on the land around it. And maybe it will go away for you because you're the one that gave the blessing. Vacuumed them up, the ants, I mean. Well, I'm sorry, bro, that ain't gonna do shit. Because ants leave pheromones and trails of their paths and stuff, especially the food sources and shit. That's partly how they communicate. So even if you do vacuum up a good chunk of them, they're just gonna come back. You have to get like some poison or something. Like find the source of where they're trying to get at something, and if it's a ceiling, it's gonna be difficult. But if you got like ant killer, gel stuff that they will absorb and eat and shit, bring back to the hive and kill and stuff, like get some shit like that, or at least find the source of where they're coming from, or at least in some part of their trail to that, and put it next to that, because then they will find that, and then just go to that instead, because it's just closer and a shorter trip. So figure out that, and kind of backtrack their path, and then do that, and you should be able to get rid of them. Because I guarantee you they're coming from a spot to where it's like a nook in like the wall. And if you could find like maybe on the bottom or the top, and if it's at like the top of the fucking wall or something, then just get some tape and just put some some of that in there. Because they'll eventually die off, or at least fuck off, Like, because they'll recognize that there's, like, something about a food source that's killing their hive off, and they will stop going to it. So that means that they'll probably eventually just leave your place as a food source if you have enough of those around and it's the same hive trying to go to it. I also don't know if you're on the first or second floor, but if you're on an upper level, then they must be traveling far to go find some fucking food. So if you do some shit like that, then it's going to be more of a reason for them to just say, fuck that. First floor? Okay, well. I mean, if it was like an upper level, at least like a second floor or something like that, then it would be a little easier to manage it. But, yeah, that's going to be a little bit more challenging because the bottom of your floor is going to be the base of the foundation of the house or the apartments, and then dirt and shit like that. And I guarantee you there's an ant nest in between all that, going for like a crack in the seams and shit. Just hope it's not a big-ass colony living under the ceiling. I don't think it would be in the ceiling. It's definitely going to be underground. Maybe partially in the walls, depending how fucked up and bad your apartment is when it comes to, like, the quality and the status of it. Seriously. They're fucking crazy, bro. What are they doing over there? I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like some no-go shit going on over there, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know if anyone heard that, but I did. And so it's not bad. It's about as reliable as well as Congress. Yeah, I'm sure. Which, speaking of Congress and all that, we do have this that we were meaning to react to, but we just literally devolved intensely and just, like... Look how long this video is. It's over an hour long, dog. And we want to react, right? Like, oh shit. We devolved for a little too long. Here, let me kill this, smoke this, play this, and crack another. And then we'll be in some business. Gotta take advantage of while we can, right? What the titty fuck? This everything. It's a bowl. It's down below, bro. God fucking titty shit. Fuck. Got it. Okay. Yep. It's in here. And it's gonna be bad. Really? Come on. Seriously? Oh my God. No, the fuck. The kid wouldn't react if things proceeds to go on long ass tangents instead of reacting. I mean, that for me as well. I mean, dude, for real, bro. I mean, it really is no different than what we were doing earlier, you know what I mean? But, yeah, it isn't the same without it, you know? Without that just video just there, looming, waiting to be reacted once more. The orange pumpkin himself that we have honestly, unironically, have been avoiding for all this entire time. Which, speaking of, let's go back a little bit, because I feel like we need a little reminder about what we're watching. So, but I need to do that. You can also notice how long we've been doing this, because this thing keeps turning the fuck off.
Power on. Bluetooth. Bluetooth connected.
Come on, get the Oh, it almost got out. Ugh. Dude, I guess this thing really needed to clean. Oh, Jesus. I'm just, might as well get the whole damn thing, you know? Just scrape it all out. Or at least scrape enough. Especially up here at the top. Like, get the fuck away from the hole, you slut bitch. Alright, that's good enough. Topping it off a little more. And then, yeah. Oh, Jesus. I took a shower the other night, and now I got my hands all gunked. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Hey, shush. Dude, they're fucking going off over there right now. They're outside too. What are they doing? Did she just leave the door open to let her dog out and then just not give a fuck? She's done that before, and that might be her trying to call her dog back, and the dog will just wander off. It's like, bro, what the you dumbass? It's called walking your damn dog. I do that for them because I'm Unc. It's like, what? Not like a little rubbing alcohol can't remove. I mean, hey, the piece itself is fine. It's just this. There's this buildup down there, and I decided to clear it out. It's fine now. At least enough. But still. Oh my god. I don't want to get on a tangent about them, so let's use this to distract.
Messages like these show
your fingers? Oh, well, that, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Out. One child seemed shoveling as much flour as he could off of an aid truck into his own t-shirt and he turned into a makeshift bowl to carry that flour. The president today acknowledged what he and the world have been watching.
I think everybody, unless they're pretty cold-hearted or worse than that, nuts. There's nothing you can say other than it's terrible when you see the kids. And those are kids, you know, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving. They are starving.
And you're the perpetrator of that, along with pretty much every U.S. president since the fucking 70s, you dipskit piece of fucking scum bitch. And on top of that, you were literally the one being like, they just want to die. They just, they don't care. They just want to die. So, excuse me, motherfucker. Now you want to, give a plight about the kids and shit? You pedophilic weird freak. Fuck off. This is such horse shit coming out of him. Huge UN walkout in Israel today. Good. How about to make a fucking, UN order to send UN peacekeepers in an international, coalition to literally occupy, the Knesset and the fucking, capital building of Israel and Tel Aviv and shit, and reorganize not just their government, but, and fucking, staying in line against the IDF. How about they do that? Why don't they grow some balls of steel on top of what they're trying to do? And on top of that, go straight to the private residence of Netanyahu himself and fucking arrest him. Or wherever he happens to be fucking wanting to flee and hide his little fucking coward demon tail from. And fucking find him, try him at The Hague, and treat him like a Nuremberg fucking, tribunal defendant. And see what happens after that.
See the mothers, they love them so much, and there's just nothing they seem to be able to do. They got to get them food, and we're going to get them food.
Yeah, if only we could find out who's doing this, who's allowing this. I don't know, man. Am I what? You mean to tell me I'm the president of the United States of America that is single-handedly responsible for Israel's genocide? The only country more responsible, or if not just as responsible for Israel's genocide? Man, my hands are tied. My hands are tied. It's just, you don't understand. My hands are so tied. One phone call, chat. Do not forget. Literally one phone call. Boop. Pull up the phone. Say, it's over. It's done. And it's done.
Ronald Reagan fucking did this. I don't even like Reagan. But when, Israel was doing a whole-on fucking invasion of Lebanon, Reagan immediately called the phone, to the Prime Minister of the time. I forgot his name. He literally said, you got about, half an hour to fucking fix this and stop this right now, or I'm going to basically withdraw all funding and all support to Israel at the moment until this changes. And literally, within about 15 to 20 minutes after that phone call, it stopped. So it's just literally all it does take is a fucking phone call. Biden could have done it. Obama could have done it. Trump obviously could have, and still can. And, Bush could have, all these presidents could have. They could have taken an example from especially the Republican side, from their Emperor Ronald Reagan. Their fucking little daddy. Outside of Trump, I guess. But it's just fuck. It wouldn't be that fucking difficult for them to just straight up be like, hey, Here's a phone call. Even if it's a bluff. And if you know what, Netanyahu takes it, and it's like, I'm calling your bluff, then don't make it a bluff. Be like, all right, well, we're going to airdrop, some shit, straight into, Gaza and into the West Bank, and we're going to have fighter escorts, and if you try to shoot anything down, or we see that there are, your forces and your military targeting, these airdrop locations, we will strike. And it's like, make it a fucking clear thing. And if they do, strike. Like, if there's anything that needs an iron gauntlet when it comes to using a military right now, it's against Israel. Like, and I'd say this, if I was president right now, I would make it a very hardline stance, and if they want to take my bluff, oh my God, they got another thing fucking coming. Because the only thing that's really ultimately keeping Israel, like, a modernized, like, effective force of just utter death and destruction of death squads and death battalions is U.S. backing. Once that's all cut, and all of a sudden that U.S. backing becomes, the U.S. being against them, oh, they would start singing a whole different tune. And you know what? I want them to. And in fact, honestly, at this rate, even if they try to sing a different tune and be like, oh, we're sorry, blah, 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 and try to, like, change their ways, I don't give a fuck. At this rate, the only state I see, existing there, peacefully is Palestine. Like, as long as there is a state of Israel, there will never be peace in that fucking region. Like, that's just honestly the just dead ass truth. Like, I mean, as long as the Israeli state, especially as an ethno state exists, there will never be peace there. Ever. Like, I mean, like, because, like, even in the British Mandate of Palestine, if you look at, like, videos, like, old school videos from, like, the 1910s, even in, like, the early shit from, like, the 1880s and 90s, when, like, video recording was just starting to become a thing, there's a few people out there that record some shit, of the world and stuff, including there. And you will see, like, like, gypsies, fucking Christians, Jews, Muslims, all sorts of people, that are, like, very religious folk that are just intermingling in the markets, in, like, the downtown area, in the square, and just hanging out, talking, socializing, with their peoples, or whatever the fuck, just doing their thing. And it's just like, suddenly, something changed. And it was a very recent change in the 20th century. And we were talking about it earlier. I mean, and it's been a very perpetual change and has shifted ever since, especially after 1948 when the State of Israel was established. And then the Nakba happened not even shortly after that. It seems like these things tend to really be connected, and shocker, it's not even a Jewish thing. It just happens to be a very philosophical thing. It's about Zionism. It's about this whole religious philosophical idea about, like, who is the chosen people of the land, and not just including, Jerusalem or the, and that land specifically, but as far as the entire Middle East and even Persia. Why do you think Israel wants war with Iran so bad? Because they have supposed claimants of territory of, like, religious, claims, to that land, supposedly. So, that's kind of their main reason why, too, on top of everything. And honestly, as long as that state exists, without the most insane, extensive reformation of their government, like, for one, I don't give a fuck about what their citizens or their populace thinks or says about shit. Even the ones that might even be on my side, it's like, y'all could be arrested and go to jail for justice and do some other shit, but y'all want to be quiet and be little bitches, so why do I give a fuck? Y'all little pussy-ass libs as far as I give a shit. And then for everyone else who don't give a shit, or even supports it on one way, shape, or form, including to the most extreme or the most minimal levels, fuck them especially. Like, I just at this rate don't give a fuck. Like, your nation state has been forfeited. Like, the sovereignty of the Israeli state, as far as I give a shit, has been forfeited because of this shit. And, they can also live and be there and all that shit, but it'll just be under a different state name, under Palestine. But I guarantee you it'll be, operating and fucking being a lot more of a fucking humanistic government than what the fuck's going on now. I just put that out there. And also, on top of everything, Jerusalem should just literally be a separate city-state that is, like, literally an equal thirds, representation. Like, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian representation, and, like, as, on top of, other representation. Like, it needs to be a city-state, at least in the meantime, especially, until it can be integrated into a broader state. Because, especially with all the religious turmoil just around that city alone, it needs to be its own separate little city, like the Vatican or something. It needs to be that. Like, I used to honestly legitimately be kind of like a two-state solution, dude, but especially after this shit, it's like I don't see that even being remotely fucking possible. Like, at all. And a one-state Israeli, solution is literally a Nazi final solution of just an eradication and the utter Holocaust of the Palestinian people. So that leaves only one other fucking option for me, right? And I think for anyone who's a leftist should probably honestly see it as the same thing and agree with it. I'm not that to gatekeep it, but at least arguably that's how I see it. Because the shit's getting fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's to the point where it's not even like, oh, Hamas was secretly here or something. Now they're just straight up going to, like, food aid places and just targeting people. And just literally treating it like one of those carnival little shoot 'em up, fucking little carnival games or something at, like, the festival. They treat it like that. Like, I saw a community post of, like, this whistleblower who was, part of the Marine Corps, who was, like, a part of a detachment, with some of these Israeli troops and shit. And he, called out and witnessed, like, these Israeli soldiers, like, after the civilians got their aid, not even before, after they got, like, the scraps of food that they can even grab, and started shooting them, and started throwing tear gas, other munitions, and all this other shit. And, like, there was even, and this whistleblower even gave food to this one child who, the very little English that he knew, literally, like, grabbed his, face by his cheeks and kissed him, saying, thank you, and then just grabbed his shit and just, left. And he ended up being one of the fucking victims of this massacre that these fucking people are doing. And it's just like, I mean, at this rate, it's like, how can that, like, there's no Hamas, there's no fucking threat, there's nothing. So how in the fuck at this rate is there, like, can that even be used as an excuse? I honestly laugh at the idea that Hamas is even remotely a fucking threat, and even if they are, good. At this rate, good. Because if the average Palestinian civilian picking up a random fucking ragtag AK that's rusted to shit, probably, defending their fucking life, with whatever little strength they've got is Hamas, then for as far as I give a shit, then everybody who is against Israel might as well be Hamas, at that rate. If we're going to go by this fucking dumb fucking logic. I mean, it's been like that for a while, but if we're really going to fucking call a spade, I might as well do that. It's like, am I Hamas? Like, obviously not. But if we're going to call these, at this point, just emaciated, starving, dying fucking Palestinians who probably have, like, one more day left until they just starve to death, to just pick up some fucking AK and just, like, maybe take out a, Israeli or two. Or at least, enough, like, random munitions that they scrapped up to fucking blow up a Merkava tank. You know what? Good on them. At this rate, good. I don't care. How am I supposed to care about the plight of the Israeli when the utter barbaric savagery against the Palestinians is just endless and just fucking getting worse? I mean, there ain't no sympathy or, empathy. Not just to the supporters of this fucking state, but just the people in it. At this rate, it's just about fucking around and finding out, and now they fucked around, and now they're starting to find out. That's about as far as it goes for me, as far as I care. Like, now they're starting to fuck around to find out, and this whole, like, oh, Israel runs everything kind of bullshit, being like some anti-Semitic trope, is starting to die down. Because, honestly, even I, for the longest time, kind of had some beliefs about that, too, a little bit, especially with things like the USS Liberty, the Nakba, like, because I knew about these things growing up a little bit. I just thought that, the state of Israel would probably be better reformed. Like the more liberal mindset growing up, like, we're not being as invested in politics as much as I was at the time growing up. But like nowadays, it's just like, it's kind of a weird vindication, I suppose, because like, it's not like some weird Nazi anti-Semitic shit to say that like the state of Israel does influence a lot of geopolitics, because like look at the UK, look at the US, look at Germany, look all these different countries that supposedly run and operate on their own volition, but yet as soon as Israel props up, oh, they bend the knee every fucking time. Palestinian Action is called a terrorist organization, and they're just literally a non-profit protest group in the United Kingdom. That's literally what they are. In the UK, under the credence of Israel, wants to call them a terrorist organization. Like, I mean, at this point, the mask is off. I mean, it's like you can't hide the difference between Zionism and being anti-Semitic or Semitic or whatever the fuck anymore. You just can't. It's just impossible now at this point. I mean, sure, you got Nazis and you got other fucks who want to try to, dog whistle their bullshit and stuff, and you gotta be aware of that, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's just like, you can't let that distract from the ultimate fucking problem. And frankly, there are a lot of people out there that want to make distractions and, try to avoid this broader topic and shit, or at least try to make it into some other shit in comparison to what it really is. And it's just like, nah, dude. You gotta shut it down when it happens, but at the same time, it's just like, that's not the most important thing either. You gotta keep it focused to what it really is. And why is this popping up again? Here, let me just do this. Will that go away? If I just do that? Okay, weird. Why is it doing that? See that? That was all. Remember earlier when I was mentioning about the weird lock shit? That's what I was talking about. Even though there's no reason for it.
One single phone call. That, I think, makes the situation so...
Yeah, it keeps swapping. What the hell? That's weird. I think I could be able to just get it to go away, but I have to, like, not make it, screen share, I guess. So here, let's try this. Here, let me see if we can get it switched up or something. I just hope that it's not, like, being a bastard about it. Okay, there we go. Is that a Discord thing you would like? Well, yeah, I might as well check it out really quick since I'm in this spot right now. We'll get back to reacting. We've just been popping off, especially a lot more than we usually do, and we barely have looked at this fucking video. So I might honestly also, once I get this shit figured out after this, at least try to, speed it up a little bit, at least enough to where we can, it's coherent, and then just go from there, I guess, because I want to at least watch enough of this, or at least skim around and react to it, so. But anyway, yeah, let me check this out real quick and be right back. I don't know if it will still record or not, but we'll see. Oh, man. Okay, that's good. That's fucking good, dude. Oh, my God, that's fucking beautiful. Dude, it really is a striking resemblance. The thing is that the Labyrinth creature don't got eyes, but McConnell does. He evolved eyes, man. Right here. Let's see if I can get back to our react shit here. Actually, let's do this. Let's get the screen back up first. Make sure it's good. Okay, cool. Honestly, it's just better safe than sorry, I suppose. But here, let's see if we can get going again. Yep, start now and all that shit, and then do that. Yeah, do all that. There we go. Again? It's doing it again?
And every single person.
Why is it doing that? And it literally just keeps, like, doing... It's going schizo with it. But yet it's still there. It still works. It's just that keeps popping up, and that's annoying. I don't want it to pop up. You know what? Let's see if... What if I just play it, and it just, you know... will go away if I do that?
That acted as though that was not the case.
Nope. Well, what the fuck? Weird. Yeah. Well, Difference is the Labyrinth creature has more humanity. That is true. But, that is really annoying, and I don't like that, and that's going to drive me the fuck nuts. And there's no, it just keeps popping up and stuff. So, I don't know why. Maybe, honestly, it's because we were ranting for too long, probably, to be honest. Maybe. How about this? What if we, pause for a second and restart, the Streamlabs app? Because it wasn't doing that for a good hour. I think as long as I try to limit my rants, I guess. I mean, it probably shouldn't come up. So, let's try that. Let's try that. So, reaction gods are angry. Dude, I mean, hey, you know what? We're, like you were saying, bro, we're 80% there. We got some nooks and crannies and some tuning up to do. But we're pretty much there, dog. Like, we just gotta figure some other shit out. Maybe it's just a quirk of Streamlabs and shit. I don't fucking know. I know that for sure is a quirk of Streamlabs. Like, it bringing up that notification, that's a Streamlabs shit. So, I don't know if there's, like, something that I need to, like, go into for settings or some shit. I don't know. We're paying for it hubris. It's not even the hubris. It's more of, like, we're paying for... I don't even know, dog. We're just paying for the fact that we, like, yearned for it so hard, and now we're here. But yet, there's always got... Dude, the Agent of Chaos, bro. It's just like, nah, dog. You gotta fucking, get stymied at least somehow. And it's like, motherfuck, dude. Well, alright. I guess I'll just, restart the Streamlabs app, and then, just go from there. Because I know everything else should be fine. So, I think as long as I just keep the YouTube app kind of going and stuff, I think we should be okay. And also, maybe I should do this too a little bit. Because I'm also finding myself being a little down here too. But, anyway. If you all want to sit tight for a little bit, we'll figure this out. So, just give it like, I don't know, like maximum 5 minutes. But probably way less than that. Maybe like a minute or two. Give me a minute. Okay, I guess it took a little less time than I thought. Though there was a moment where it kind of was being weird, so hopefully it doesn't do that. But here, I guess while we're here, still doing our thing, do this real quick. Yeah, start your thing. There we go. Alright, screen's still good. Alrighty, well, let's do this really quick, and hopefully things are okay. Bada beam, bada boom. You two come forth. There we go. Yeah, alright. Now we're back. Alright, cool. And we don't got the notification weird shit popping up being dumb. So, alright. Yeah, it just took a little bit. And I figured it wasn't going to take that long. But, cool. Anyway, well, back to your regular schedule programming.
A liar. Because if it's not one phone call and Israel doesn't listen, then you deny weapons transfers. And if Israel still doesn't listen and says, okay...
Or at least what I was saying from earlier, just fucking, like, literally drop aid into Gaza and the West Bank and other, places where the Palestinians are being persecuted and shit, including even in the hot zones, and then threaten, like, hey, we have fighter escorts and ground attack support escorts, where if you have ground troops or you're going to use AAA and other shit or fighters to try to take down these aircraft, we have all the means and resources to fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be, like, a very strong bluff. It can't just be like we're revoking munitions and shit. That needs to be a part of it. And there also needs to be like, we're done. We're sick of your shit. We're done. Not only are we going to be given aid and, switch our position, but also, like, if you try to go against us, we will retaliate with any means and all force necessary that we have to our disposal. And if they want to play by that game, then so fucking be it, as far as I care. Because, like I said, fuck them. I don't really care about what their, even the civilian populace thinks about shit like this at this rate. Considering, how long the state has been doing this. And yet their populace is either more supportive of it or just doesn't give enough of a fuck, or it's been desensitized to the point where they just don't give a fuck. And the very few that do want to be fucking libs about it and not actually do anything because they're scared of getting arrested or forcibly conscripted or whatever the fuck. Instead of having some balls, they rather fucking, just, cry about it on Twitter or something. So, fuck them.
You can get weapons elsewhere. Then it's sanctions. And if Israel still says, oh, well, we'll get weapons elsewhere and we'll do trade with another country, which, by the way, who the f*** are they going to do trade with at this point in that predicament? Then you...
The United Kingdom, Germany, maybe a couple other Western European countries. And you know what? Even if they have to, they'll probably take it from Russia or China. They'll work out a deal with them probably. Hey, Russia gets, or China, maybe even both. They'll get money out of it. They'll make, profit. So why would they care? It's like, hey, it's business to us. And granted, at least, for China, they have been a lot more critical of the state of Israel, so probably not as much. But Russia, they have been. The only problem is that they're more aligned with Iran, than anything. So that would be a major issue. But just like the United States, I guarantee Russia will play both sides and not give a fuck. Like any superpower, they've done this. We have done this endlessly. We've literally have funded ISIS and Al-Qaeda and other, like, rebel groups in Syria and shit, for fuck's sake, during that civil war in, like, the mid-2010s and shit. Like, we funded basically all sides of that conflict, so we ain't no strangers to that shit. Why would any other superpower be a stranger to that either? If it makes them more money and brings more investment, for their cause, then why not?
Invade.
Oh, little Chazzy.
Okay? Israel knows this, which is why it's just one phone call. It doesn't have to go beyond that.
Chazzy, up. Come here.
The situation, of course, that the president is talking about did not happen overnight. Israel cut off all aid to Gaza back in March, saying without evidence that Hamas was stealing all of it, according to a U.S. government review. But when that blockade was partially lifted in May, Israel started relying on a U.S.-backed aid group, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Since then, the United Nations says more than 1,000 people have been killed by Israeli forces while trying to get food. In the face of growing pressure, Israel has started allowing more aid to trickle in over the weekend, but aid groups have said it is not nearly enough. My source tonight is Senator
After
Bernie
sanctions, what? Sorry, cut off on my end. I'm curious. Invasion. Invading militarily. Invading Israel militarily is the final step if Israel does not comply. But it's not...
Hey, at least it's on saying it. Honestly, that should be the first step. It shouldn't be the final step. It should be the first one. Like, I mean, make it all one Hail Mary, like, no, fuck off kind of shit. Like, I mean, like, make a genuine threat. If they want to call it a bluff, then fucking do it. Don't make it a bluff. Because it's always been like that. Even under the Obama administration, when, like, the very last little bit of his second term, for the final year, basically, where he pretty much didn't really have a fuck to give, so he was kind of doing some decent shit. Like, one of the few things that he was doing was actually being critical of Israel and actually even, like, kind of halting, at least in part, you know, funds and weapon munitions. Not all of it, but at least in part. And being critical. Being like, hey, you need to stop, you know, massacring so many civilians. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he was, like, the closest president to at least, you know, give somewhat of a fuck. And he was still being a lib about it. Like, instead of doing that shit and continuing funding and continuing all this other shit, do that and stop the funding. Stop the weapon, you know, transferring and all this other shit. And then transfer those funds and investment in, you know, to Israel into, like, aid organizations that are bringing food to them. You know, like, that would actually mean a fuck. Like I said, if a fucking far-right Republican like Reagan can do it, then there's literally no fucking excuse for any president, past tense, present, or even in the fucking future, to have an excuse to say that, oh, no, we just can't. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, you could. If an evangelical, far-right Christian, theocratic, fascist fuck like Reagan was able to do it, then so can you, bitch. It's like, give me a break. In fact, don't even give me a break. Like, just go fuck yourself. Like, if anything. I got some crushed grape drink enhancer. I don't like soda flavored ones because unless you use carbonated water, it'll just taste off. Yeah, I do like Mio. I got this orange vanilla Mio right here. Or, well, not a lot left, but dude, bro. Honestly, dude, get some Mio because that shit is epic. Like, because it's just water, and then depending on which ones you get, there might be some caffeine, there might be some electrolytes, and a few other things. And the regular ones, they basically just have, like, you know, flavor enhancers, and then, like, a little bit of food dye, and then sometimes a few other things, but pretty much nothing in them. It's just pretty much just flavor enhancer. And a little color to be like, hey, here's a color to the flavor. Like orange vanilla, being orange. And it is good. And a little splash of fruit punch Mio. And with this, oh, it's really good. And the orange vanilla basically just tastes like a orange sherbet, like ice cream pop or like ice cream. You know what I mean? It basically just tastes like that, but it's water and it's good. It just tastes like grape juice. Well, I guess it ain't that bad. I guess depending on how much you add to it. If you add too much, I'm sure it's going to be overpowered. But if you add just enough, ooh. I'm kind of like the genius on, like, figuring out, like, flavors with, like, those little flavor enhancer things. Like, I've kind of become, like, a master at that shit. Because you know me, I used to have, like, a jug of tea and shit. You know? Like, tea. But now, I've enhanced to the Mios. Because, like, it's water. And all it is just a little flavor enhancer and a little food coloring, which, not great, but, you know, still water. So, it's good. And honestly, it's just like, whoo. I mean, like, it really enhances a lot, or honestly, I will just find whatever I can. I avoid the caffeine ones because, like, the one time I did, I got so fucking jittery after drinking one, like, mason jars worth of that, not realizing how much caffeine was in, like, a little squirt of it, and I was like, I just literally had to just sit in a chair for, like, I don't even know, like an hour, just sitting there jittering, trying to, like, not sleep it off, but just rest it off and just sit there and just try to get these jitters out, because I just couldn't stop jittering. Like, I didn't realize how much caffeine was in that bitch, and I was like, I couldn't stop, and it was just fucking ridiculous. Trying to stop was actually a workout, because I had to force my muscles to be stiff and be like, stop. Oh, burning my muscles off, damn. And I'd literally be, like, grunting, being angry and frustrated, because I can't, like, stop my jitters. I gotta love caffeine jitters, though. Luckily, I don't get that with coffee or even energy drinks, really. I mean, energy drinks a little bit, but not with coffee. But I've never had jitters like that a long time, and I don't like it. It sucks.
Going to happen anyway.
Of Vermont. And Senator, when you hear the Israeli Prime Minister saying there's no starvation happening in Gaza.
Food Agency, worst case scenario, famine unfolding in Gaza. Well, yeah, that's been true for at least over a year.
What, do you believe he's lying?
Of course he's lying. He is a disgusting liar.
Maximum volume.
Right to defend itself from the...
Damn it, hold on.
He is a disgusting liar. Israel had a right to defend itself from the terrible...
Okay, Bernie, I know you slightly shifted your fucking words there. Israel had a right to defend itself. Can you just say that Israel's just outright committing a Holocaust and a genocide or something? Because the problem with me and Bernie on this one, you know, is that he will not call this a fucking genocide. I guarantee you, he's not going to say that this is a fucking genocide in any of this. If he does, I'll actually give him credit and I'd even be like, you know what, cheers and gulp of the bear hug over there. Like, but I guarantee you he ain't going to, because he hasn't yet. I mean, he's changed his position slightly over, since October 7th, but fuck, dude. Like, I mean, not enough.
Hamas attack. I think everybody understands that in the last 2.5 years.
Even Hassan is groaning and getting, for real. Like, I'm sorry, Bernie, but shut up. Like, I mean, dude, I can't get over, I'm seriously over it. The Hamas shit. No, I'm just done. I just can't hang with it anymore, bro. I just don't take anyone fucking seriously when that just keeps constantly being brought up, especially in the past, fucking 6 months at least, but at least in the past fucking year of the starvation, open concentration, death camp fucking campaign that the IDF has been doing in Gaza, and to a far less extent the West Bank, and even then they're doing it over there very much so, and immensely, and every fucking day. Even though there's literally no Hamas over there. Like, I mean, we get it. And at this rate, when's the last time we've heard legitimately, Hamas, did some crazy shit, or, some serious shit? Outside of it just being used as a scapegoat. I'll fucking wait. I won't hold my breath, though.
Bernard, shut up, stop. That's definitely getting clip chimped. Oh no, I'm gonna be clip chimped where I said if Israel refuses to abide by American sanctions, then they'll get invaded militarily. Really? Oh no. What will I do? I guess I'm being so anti-Semitic for saying that the solution to Israel's genocide literally requires one phone call. And if the phone call doesn't work, then boycotts and sanctions. Or denying weapons transfers.
Or just, literally having a peacekeeping military force to fucking stop them in occupied Knesset and then, with a military police arresting at Yahoo. That should be the second option. The phone call, make the threat about it, and if it don't work, then do that. And if he wants to try to fucking run away, then you hunt his ass down with special forces. Get SEAL Team 6 on that ass. Get some of the best of our fucking military and special ops and shit to fucking track him down and capture him. Especially alive. I want to see how and make the tribunals public. I want to see every fucking little thing out of that type of shit, so I can be I want to see his lies, his bullshit. I want to see how he tries to squirm his way out of that shit, and ultimately the conviction should be capital punishment, just like Nuremberg. You know how we treated the Nazis, right? At least a good fat chunk of them. It's hey, at this rate, he needs that treatment. Fat material, oh, I know. And also make that public too, by the way. Not what I expect coming from your 8-year-old video on smoking weed. Well, hey, maturity happens. I still smoke, hey, we're doing that. But, yeah, honestly, you kind of caught me doing, a little test on my Streamlabs, react stuff again. And so you kind of caught me in a, fun little shifts, you know, because I've been doing little YouTube short streams and stuff lately and all that, which unfortunately it ain't supported with this, but you know, got Streamlabs working enough, you know, to do this, so kind of get back into groove a little bit, back into my, you know, traditional groove, you know, after my WeTubing days, you know. And honestly, a lot has happened since then, you know. Especially me being more of a political guy. But the stoner, you know, weed shit still happens. Just, I guess not as often outside of just, you know, the fact that I just do it. Become a grown man. Just got a little too high and started thinking about the world. And I was like, fuck. I need to prioritize that shit. To be fair, I was doing that even before the WeTubing days.
9 weapons transfers doesn't work, then sanctions package. And if the sanctions package doesn't work, then you invade Israel militarily. This is just how it works, okay, for every country, but especially important for our allies that require a steady flow of shipment. You can clip it, you can ship it, you can send it to your mama, you can send it to your daddy. Okay.
With $19.99 plus shipping and handling. Or, if you get a 2-package deal, you get free shipping. Buy one, get one free with free shipping. Order now.
Okay. For those who said for months, Hassan, you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite. A lot of those are quiet now because they know I was right. Okay? So if they're still desperately looking for another thing to hold on to try to demand my deplatforming, okay, I'll continue doing what I'm doing, and then I'll see you in the next 3 to 4 months.
Because he's going to literally continue to do the same thing like he obviously is. It's kind of why I like Hassan, because I know there are some people that really just don't like him, but it's because people like Clint chip him, and I think those people just watch that. They don't actually take the time to maybe, like, watch some of his content a little bit. Because I was kind of one of those dudes initially. I was like, oh yeah, I don't really like him. Because honestly, what really got him on my radar, aside the fact that, like, I used to kind of watch TYT with Jank, and, you know, he would sometimes be on or be mentioned and stuff. Like, what really got him on my radar was America deserved 9/11, blah, blah, blah. That clip where he infamously said that. But I watched the full clip of that and the full fucking reaction to it, and he explained himself saying, like, the reason why is because of the American government being like, hey, we knew this was going to happen and we just did nothing about it. And we used this as a way to justify our imperialism into Iraq and Afghanistan, into our prolonged wars, and to extend that later, you know, with Syria, Libya, and a few other fucking, you know, countries. It's like, it was all meant to be a false flag, basically. I mean, that's kind of what he was saying. I mean, the hot take clip is, you know, what people are going to latch on the most, but if you actually, like, break down what he's saying, it's not that, like, Americans deserve 9/11. It's that America, you know, and that's even what he said. America deserved 9/11. He didn't say Americans or, you know, the people. I mean, it's, you know, because obviously they very much so were fucking victims. But the way our government operated, reacted, and even tried to preemptively, like, look into this shit was just bullshit and fishy. And honestly, just really suspect at best. Because, you know, Flight 93, like, let's just be honest. Do we really believe that you know, that the fucking passengers of that flight just rose up and fought back? And then that motherfucker, you know, the terrorist pilot, you know, whatever the hell, you know, just nosedived that shit into the ground in some farm in Pennsylvania when it was being escorted by fighters that had armed, you know, Sidewinder missiles with the F-16s that they had, you know, emergency, you know, fucking, like, you know, airborne shit, following and tracking and escorting this aircraft. Do you really think that those passengers, especially when that shit was going on, do you really think they just sat there and like, huh? Or did they think, oh, we gotta shoot it down because they're about to commit an attack? You know, maybe not on, you know, a target we're thinking, but they're doing one. I mean, because ultimately, let's just be honest, that flight was shot down. Government will never fucking admit it, but I guarantee you, once shit's declassified when it comes to, that shit, it's going to come to the truth that it happened. And honestly, was it probably the better option, considering that the White House was the target? Not that the president would be there, or really anyone of significance. And it probably would have been shot down well before it got there anyway. But, I mean, ultimately, it probably was for the better. I mean, I just hate this weird hero worship where it's like they're victims. Like, yeah, maybe they did try to fight back a little bit, but ultimately, it always is going to be to veil. And, I guess maybe we do need a little bit of that hero worship element, but it's like, when it comes to the truth, it wasn't them fighting back that ultimately caused that plane to crash. It just wasn't. I mean, especially with the facts around the flight and all the details, it's kind of obvious. And one of those fighter jets that flew back into airspace, and landed and shit, when it came back, it also was missing a Sidewinder missile. It was missing, munitions that happened to just be on it. And when it came to an emergency takeoff, shit, the initial idea was to disarm them, but they didn't have time to do that. And if it came to it, they were ordered to potentially shoot that aircraft down. So, I mean, even one of the fighter pilots that were escorting, that aircraft did say that, like, yeah, we did have orders to shoot it down. Now they haven't admitted that it was, but like everything they implied pretty much says that they did. It's just one of those things where it's just like, our government's not honest. I mean, they literally did syphilis infection experiments on our own populace, especially to the black community, and MK Ultra on our own people. Like, our government does this shit. I mean, it shouldn't be like some weird tinfoil hat shit to, like, be like, hey, yeah, our government ain't strangers to this, because they certainly aren't. In fact, they're really good neighbors and friends. I mean, even in the Vietnam War, bro. How'd that start? The Gulf of Tonkin. What was that? A false flag attack. I mean, even our, like, war and our attempt to colonize Cuba and the Philippines and shit like that. How'd that all start against Spain? The USS Maine. It was really, just like a faulty fucking boiler or some shit that caused a malfunction, and thus, the ship blew up. But guess what our government decided to do? Blame it on the Spanish, and say that they planted a bomb somewhere and snuck on the boat and then, caused a fucking, false flag attack. And thus was the justification of Casa Belli to go against the war against Spain. So, like, we ain't no strangers to this shit. And ultimately, 9/11 was a Casa Belli for war. At least in that way, as a false flag. Maybe the, people that were a part of it, especially most of them being Saudi Arabian, by the way, interesting enough. And they're being our closest, economic and diplomatic ally, especially in the Middle East outside of Israel. It's, like, interesting with that. But, it's like, despite that, it's like, I mean, it's very interesting that, like, there's a lot of, like, these tie-ins and a lot of these, elements of, like, these Casa Bellis of, like, these false flags that, especially the United States, as committed and has done for really a lot of the fucking wars that we've been into, especially since the Maine. They always say, remember the Maine, right? Well, they never tell you why. Because if you really do remember it properly, then you will realize that this is a game that the United States government has been playing for a long fucking time. And arguably, even the Zimmerman notes in Lusitania, I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. government had a role to play in that too. Probably not, but considering how, like, when it comes to like the fucking forte and like the repetition of how our government is operated when it comes to foreign politics, I don't know. It makes me at least think. I mean, even with, and the weirdest thing is when it comes to like, different things that are against us, like Israel, for example, like the USS Liberty. No one ever really wants to talk about this. And for the longest time, this is always seen as like some weird Nazi dog whistle, but it just literally isn't. This is a factual thing that fucking happened. That the U.S. destroyer, the USS Liberty, was attacked by ground / like naval air attack aircraft by the Israeli forces, and they supposedly thought it was Egyptian, but once they did their first wave of their attacks, they knew it was American, but they're like, well, we already fucked it up, might as well just unload on it more. And both governments have collaborated with each other. The Israeli and United States government collaborated to, kind of hide it. Despite multiple sailors dying, that ship damn near being sunk, and also, multiple injuries, to the point where it's like, if the United States is supposedly aiding Israel, and there is this supposed like Egyptian convoy thing, wouldn't there be collaboration of information about like where U.S. ships are too? So why was it this one ship was not considered when it comes to communication? I mean, because it could have been used as a false flag to exacerbate and justify the war at the time. In fact, no, hold on. Which phone is on right now? Is it this one? No, it's not. What about that one? Because I'll... God damn it. Because I'll literally look this up really quick about the... Oh, this one's on. Here, let me look up the USS Liberty. It was in 1967, too, so this is a part of that fucking war, which I think it was called the 7-Day War as well. And also, this is literally a Wikipedia article about this, too. So, the USS Liberty incident was an attack on the U.S. Naval Technical Research Ship, a spy ship, USS Liberty, by the IAF, or the Israeli Air Force, and U.S. Israeli Navy mortar torpedo boats on June 8th, 1967, during the Six-Day War. So it was during the Six-Day War in 1967. I know that much. And the combined air and sea attack killed 34 crew members, naval officers, seamen, 2 Marines, and 1 civilian NSA employee, wounded 171 crew members, and severely damaged the ship. At the time, the ship was in international waters in North Sinai Peninsula, about 25.5 nautical miles northwest from the Egyptian city of Arish. And this is the day after the attack, too. I don't know if y'all can kind of see a little bit, but let me do that real quick. But yeah, that ship is barely fucking afloat. And fucked up. It has holes all over the ship. It's heavily damaged. It got really fucked up. Israel, supposedly at least, I added that, apologized for the attack, saying that the USS Liberty had been attacked in error after being mistaken for an Egyptian ship. That's the supposed Israeli state line about the whole attack. Both the Israeli and United States governments conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded the attack was a mistake. This is the collaboration thing I was talking about. Due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity. Others, including survivors of the attack, have rejected its conclusions, especially survivors of the attack. I mean, I'd rather take their word than the fucking official narrative from the state. I'll just put it that way. Rejected his conclusions and have maintained that these attacks were deliberate. Thomas Hinman Moore, the 7th chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, accused President Johnson of having covered up the attack as a deliberate act. In May 1968, the Israeli government paid $3.32 million in U.S. dollars, equivalent of $30.1 million in 2024. What? Dude, inflation's so bad in 2024, the actual, like, value of the money of the U.S. dollar lessened. Wow. Anyway, to the U.S. government in compensation for the families of the 34 men killed in the attack. In March 1969, Israel paid a further $3.57 million or 30. Well, no, actually increased, I guess. Never mind. Misread it. I misread decimal. But $3.57 million to $30.6 million in 2024 to the men who had been wounded in December 1980. It agreed to pay $6 million or $22.9 million in 2024 as the final settlement in the material damage to the ship plus 13 years of interest. So, here, let's just go to the attack on the Liberty real quick before we continue this video. During the Six-Day War between Israel and several Arab nations, well, we already know. Well, I know about it, but if you want to look up about it, just do it. But anyway, so according to Israeli sources, at the start of the war on the start of the war on 5th of June, Yitzhak Rabin, the IAF chief of staff, informed Commander Ernst Karl Kassel, an American naval attaché in Tel Aviv, that Israel will defend its coast with every means at its disposal, including sinking unidentified ships. If he asked the U.S. To keep its ships away from Israel's shore, or at least inform Israel of their exact positions, which the United States did. The American sources said there was no inquiry about ships in the area that was made until after the attack on Liberty. In a message sent to the U.S. Secretary of State Dean Rusk, to U.S. Ambassador Waldorf Barber in Tel Aviv, Israel, Rusk asked for urgent confirmation of Israel's statement. Barber responded, no request for info on U.S. ships operating off of Sinai was made until after the Liberty incident. Further, Barber stated, had the Israelis made such an inquiry, it would have been forwarded immediately to the Chief of Naval Operations, and other high naval commands have repeated to the Department of State. So basically, at least so far, what it's saying is that like the information was there, and it's that there wasn't any necessary updates, about like U.S. presence in the area because the information was given. Up until after the Liberty incident, where obviously they had to be like, here's our ships, blah, blah, like, until after the incident, they had to re-update, their information and inquiries about their ships. But the thing is, before the incident, why would the Liberty mysteriously, at least, in Israeli intelligence, be taken out of that? Seeing kind of a weird thing about this? But here, let's kind of skip ahead. On June 7th, Washington time, early morning of June 8th, 100 times Zulu or 16 local time, or 3:10 local time, the Pentagon issued an order to 6-day headquarters to Liberty come no closer than 100 nautical miles to Israel, Syria, or the Sinai coast. According to the Naval Court inquiry and the National Security Intelligence official history, the order to withdraw was not sent to the radio frequency that Liberty monitored for orders until 1525 Zulu hours, several hours after the attack, due to a long series of administrative and message routing problems. So there was information given, but because of, TLDR bullshit, they didn't get the information until well after they were attacked. And the thing is, the information that they were given was solid and fine up until things changed, but they couldn't get that information because, again, TLDR bullshit happened well after they were attacked. How were they supposed to know? Official testimony combined with the Liberty's deck log established that throughout the morning of the attack, 8th of June, the ship was overflown at various times and locations by IAF aircraft. The primary aircraft type was the Nordalis, which, here, might as well look at it. It's got a little interesting Swedish-built turboprop. It's kind of cool little aircraft. by manufacturer. Oh no, it's French. It's by Nord Aviation, French manufacturer. My bad. But there were also 2 unidentified Delta Wing jets, which probably also French aircraft. Now that I think about it, which were probably what would it be called? The Mirage, I think. Probably Mirage. Liberty crew members say that one of the Noriralis aircraft flew so close to the Liberty that noise from its propellers rattled the ship's deck plating, and that the pilots and crew members waved at each other. So they're kind of weirdly playing games with each other for a minute. It was later reported, based on information from IDF sources, that the overflights were coincidental and that the aircraft were hunting Egyptian submarines that had been spotted near the coast. So they were probably, anti-submarine aircraft, meant for those roles, but happened. So those aircraft probably saw them as friendlies, but just didn't report the information because they were just doing flybys. At least from what it sounds like. But about 5:45 Sinai time, a ship sighting reported was received by the Israeli Central Coast Command. In respect of Liberty, identified an aerial naval observer as apparently a destroyer sailing 70 miles west of Gaza. The vessel's location was marked as the CCC control table, or the Central Coast Command, using a red marker indicating an unidentified vessel. About 6, the aerial naval observer, Major Yuri Merez, reported a ship that was appeared to be a U.S. Navy supply ship. And about 9, the red marker was replaced with a green marker to indicate a neutral vessel. About the same time, an Israeli jet fighter pilot reported a ship 20 miles north of Arish that had his aircraft after he tried to identify that fired at his aircraft after he tried to identify the vessel. Israeli Naval Command dispatched 2 destroyers to investigate, but they returned to their previous positions at 9:40 after doubts emerging during the pilot's debriefing. After the naval observers Noriralis landed, he was debriefed. The ship he saw further was identified as Liberty. Based on the GTR-5 hull markings, Liberty's marker was removed from the CCC's control table at 11 due to positional information being considered out of date. So, I mean, arguably, it does sound like there was probably some incompetence, that led to this. But, I mean, ultimately, I wonder if that is just, incompetence that led into, like, a possible justifiable false flag that just, didn't really come to fruition. So, at 11:24, the Israeli chief of naval operations received a report that Irish was being shelled from the sea. An inquiry into the source to the report was determined its validity. The report came from an air support officer in Irish. Additionally, at 11:27, Israeli Supreme Command head of operations received a report saying that the ship had shell in Irish, but the shells had fallen short. The investigative journalist James Bamford pointed out that the Liberty only had 4 50 caliber machine guns mounted on her decks and thus could not have shelled the coast. Which, considering her ship, there ain't no fucking cannons on that thing. So the shelling in the ship reports are passed from the Supreme Command and for the Operations Control Center. The Chief of Naval Operations took seriously, and at 12:05, Torpedo Boat Division 914 was ordered to patrol the direction of Irish. Division 914, codenamed Padoga, was under the command of Commander Moshe Oren. It consists of 3 torpedo boats. 1215, Division Padoga received orders to patrol position 20 miles north of Arish. As Commander Oren headed to Arish. So, let's just kind of skip a little bit. So, the ships together with direction gave the impression that the Egyptian destroyer fleeing toward port after shelling Arish. The torpedo boat gave chase but did not expect to overtake their target before it reached Egypt. Commander Oren requested that Israeli Air Force dispatch aircraft to intercept. At 13:48, the Chief of Naval Operations requested to dispatch a fighter aircraft on the ship's location. The IAF dispatched a flight of 2 Mirage Mark III fighter jets, codenamed Cursa Flight, which arrived at Liberty about 1400. The formation leader, Captain Iftach Spector, what a name, attempted to identify a ship. He radioed one of the torpedo boats. His observation of the ship looked like a military ship with one of the smokestacks on mast. He also communicated that, in effect, that ship appeared to be likely a destroyer or another type of small ship. In a post-attack statement, the pilot said they saw no distinguishable markings or flag on the ship. At this point, recording exchange took place between the command headquarters weapons system officer, one of the air controllers, and a chief air controller questioning possible American presence. Immediately after the exchange at 13:57, the chief air controller, Lieutenant Colonel Shmeli Kislev, cleared the Mirages to attack. So, I mean, obviously, despite, like, some incompetence, ultimately, it ended up just being like, you know what, fuck it. We're just going to attack it. Instead of actually maybe trying to clear that up, they decided to say, fuck it. And then our government and their government decided to cover her up, too. And you know what, maybe ultimately it was a fucked up mistake, but why did neither of our governments own it? And be like, yo, why? But no, they covered it up. And at this point, made it a conspiracy for the longest time for fucking Nazis. But now, at this point, now people actually research that type of shit. And realize that it's not some dog whistle bullshit. That's just some shit that fucking happened. It's just a question of whether it's like, like, how deep does it go, I guess. But ultimately, I do think it is a level of incompetence. But ultimately, like, they decided to be nefarious and cover it up instead of just owning their fucking mistake and realizing that it was just a, unfortunate fuck up of war. Because, yeah, that shit happens. But own it. Instead of hiding it and being a fucking weasel. But I can't, ultimately, I can't expect, politicians and government agents of the Israeli state to really be, fucking principled, right? I mean, they kind of have an unfortunate track record of that. Same with the U.S. government, too. And, well, arguably, most governments. But if we're really going to, take who's like the crown of that, I mean, they might have, like, short track records, but we got the quality. God damn it, it's clogged. Fuck. Yeah, well, I'll keep playing this anyway, but maybe not.
Okay?
Clogged this
you
bitch.
are literally never right. No, don't ban that guy. Come on. It's funny. W Tectone Asmongold El Hassan, he says. No,
what?
we need to have some pets, dude. Come on. That's too funny to ban.
Honestly, can we have some more pets in here, please, Sue? I have a few, but they don't come in here long enough. We need a few others to, kind of help with the spacing.
Type of war, not just against Hamas, but against the Palestinian people. So you got an area, territory there of 2.2 million people. They have already killed 60,000. They have injured 140,000. Most of them
Trump
are women, children, and the elderly. They have virtually completely...
Wait, hold up, what? You just stunted. Got it. What? Microchips own you? We said, wait, what? Oh my god. Wow. God love trolls.
Most of them are women, children, and the elderly. They have virtually completely destroyed the entire...
Degradation of democracy, Perpetuation of genocide. Oh, yeah, getting so owned, bro. Oh, yeah, I'm getting owned so hard right now. Oh, I might just nut.
Of Gaza, virtually all of the schools, the healthcare system, over 70% of the housing, the water system, and now, as you mentioned, over the last period of time, they have prevented humanitarian aid coming in, and there is now mass malnutrition, and children are starving to death. And tomorrow, I will be offering a joint resolution of disapproval to basically say, we cannot continue to provide military aid to the extremist, racist Netanyahu government that is starving.
Hey, I hate to break it to you, Bernie, but that's kind of how the Israeli state's always been. It's not just the Netanyahu government, bro. Because I'm sorry, like, this is why I'm kind of on the whole, like, principle about how I am about this kind of shit a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, because, like, as long as the Israeli state exists, there's always going to be a threat of, like, someone like a Netanyahu or a Ben Gavir, you know, like, there's always going to be a fucking threat of a motherfucker like that going into power and just repeating the fucking bullshit that we've always been trying to go against. You know what I mean? It's like, it just can't, that cycle can't keep going anymore. Like, I kind of hate this weird both sides bullshit that Bernie isn't really inherently playing, but just enough to where it's like, at this rate, it's like, dude, you gotta call a spade, bro. Like, I mean, goddamn. Like, seriously, dude?
The children of Gaza.
And when you try to force the Senate,
I mean, at least, you know, still calling it for what it is, I suppose. But, like, like I said, still hasn't called it genocide. Despite all my rants and everything else in between. Like, when we first started this from earlier, like, he hasn't called it a genocide yet.
You're trying to force them to block the sale of weapons to Israel as a result of what you're seeing play out. Do you expect to get more support from Democrats?
We will see. I think there is...
Because of the images we're seeing?
Look, there are a lot of dynamics.
We'll see. I know it's just like a tiny little thing, and it was kind of murmured underneath a little, but like, dude, no, not we'll see. I'll fight to ensure that they fucking, support this. Or at least, challenge and fight this. Like, again, call a spade, my bro. Like, man, like, he's really genuinely has been kind of disappointing in various different ways where it really honestly kind of pissed me off. It's like, dude, you're like one of the guys who's really invigorated the left in this country as little as there is, I mean, and it's inspired a lot of people, especially the fucking youth, and you're just, I mean, I don't know. It's like, what the fuck is it now? It can't just be an energy thing. Is it just like the risk of AIPAC just like fucking him over or something? I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really get it now at this point. It's like, just say, well, just call a spade, Like, it's not like, again, he's saying inherently all the wrong stuff, but it's just being such a softball about it. It just annoys me. It's like, just fucking call for what it is. You don't have to call for, like, a one-state Palestinian solution, whatever the fuck. You don't have to call for that. But at least, just say what's going on. And just call for what the fuck it is, dog.
And by the way, that takes us to another crisis that goes beyond Gaza, and that is a corrupt campaign finance system. So you have a super PAC called AIPAC that spends hundreds of millions of dollars trying to defend the Netanyahu government. And
frankly, that organization should be fucking illegal and be considered like a fraudulent lobbyist, like money lending organization. Like, honestly, if there's any way to fucking make it criminal for them to exist in this country, I would love to see it, because they are fundamentally a major fucking problem. And even the fucking congresswoman that I voted for in Oregon's 5th congressional district, Janelle Bynum, she took $3.5+ million from AIPAC and other Israeli pro-lobbyist groups. You want to know the second in line for the most amount of money after that? It was about 1.4 million plus. It didn't even crack 1.5, dog. It's like, what? Like, she took the most amount, she took literally twice and then some amount of money from AIPAC and other Israeli lobbyist groups, versus any other Oregonian, notable politician, from Congress to Senate. Yeah, like, even our government, like, just, it's insane. I'm just like, what a traitorous, backstabbing, cunt, money whore. Like, if I can, like, I'm going to ensure she's voted the fuck out next time. And frankly, if it's a Republican that's at least, at minimal, like a Laura DeRaymer or whatever, I don't even give a fuck. I'd rather them win. Because fuck a Zionist dog like that. Just, like, I mean, it's absurd. And frankly, I'd just rather there be open primaries. And, you know, our fucking bullshit fucking electoral system in this, you know, state would change. Because that bullshit wouldn't be happening if our fucking electoral system was different. But it ain't. Because then, you know, like, other, you know, parties and other people and other candidates might actually have a fucking chance. But nope. Not in close primary states. That's why Oregon, as much as I love the state, I kind of fucking hate it because of shit like this. Because it's ridiculous. Like, it shouldn't be a thing, especially considering the flex that, you know, for the rest of the union that we represent on top of the rest of the West Coast, we are lacking badly. And it's fucked. Like, I'd rather Republicans talk shit about our state all day long versus California. I'd rather, like, somehow we got like a flex on Cali. But, nope.
Vote for Sanders' resolution.
I swear to God, if that... Oh, no, it's going to pop up more and more. Oh, no.
When you stand up in other ways in opposition to Netanyahu, they're prepared to fund a whole lot of money against you. But I think the time
Fuck it, we're pushing through. We're going to just push through it. Fuck it.
When members of the Senate have got to start listening to their constituents back home. And the American people do not want to spend billions and billions of dollars supporting this horrific war.
What about with the White House? I mean, President Trump is saying that he's seen this, that the First Lady Melania Trump has seen these images. He's saying there is starvation there. You can't fake that. But when he was asked about nude...
Yeah, dude, this is the... When I saw the Jordan Weissman take... Jordan Weissman, as Dems converge on agreement that Israel has been committing an atrocity, I do think there needs to be some reckoning among moderates, that while lots of ugly anti-Semitism burst from the left after October 7, the leftists were fundamentally more right about this war, about what this war would become.
No shit. I mean, for real. Like, they need to take a reckoning and realize that, like, yeah, there are a lot of talking points and certain phrases and shit like that and all these other things that people talk about that just aren't anti-Semitic bullshit. I mean, it's just straight up, like, just truth and just anti-Zionist broader philosophy and principle saying, hey, we're just against these ideas and these actions that a fucking state has done. It literally and ultimately has fuck all to do with Jewish people. I'll always maintain that. At least for myself. I can't speak for everyone else, but as far as I could tell, seems pretty collectively in agreement. For people, at least on my side of the aisle. And this is going to get so fucking annoying, but you know what? I don't even care. I'll just have to push for it, I guess. Fuck it. If it ends up, you know, just staying, I guess, whatever. I guess it's just something I will have to deal with Streamlabs, unless I can figure out a way to get rid of it. I'm sure there probably is, but we'll just have to deal with that later. Like I said, we're 8% there. We're there enough.
The person responds and says, did centrist Democrats not say up front that we need a ceasefire ASAP? I feel like I did not remotely, exclusively hear this from the left.
Wait, hold on. The centrist Dems not say up front that we need a ceasefire ASAP? No, they didn't. Literally, no, they didn't. Maybe like a few, but no. Like, Democrats broadly didn't. They were actually very much okay with, like, the retaliation after October 7th. So, yeah, no. You might have, like, Bernie or maybe, like, a few others. And even then, they were wishy-washy and fucking fickle about it. So, bullshit. Like, no, that just didn't happen. You know, even at best, it was wishy-washy garbage.
Anza says, did centrist Democrats not say up front that we need a ceasefire ASAP? I feel like I did not remotely, exclusively hear...
That's Blue Anon and, like, Democrat MAGA shit in the works, bro. Like, Blue Anon, like, Dem MAGA shit. Like, dude, that's just what it is, bro. Like, that's just some out-of-touch reality bullshit, dude. Holy fuck. I guess I want to be that out of touch.
This from the left. What a way to massage the narrative. Yeah. Karine Jean-Pierre called calls for a ceasefire repugnant. Okay? ASAP? Get the out of here. ASAP my ass. It's so funny. And also, even this is wishy-washy bullshit. Oh, ugly anti-Semitism burst from the left. The ugly anti-Semitism from the left was hurting people's feelings because we correctly said Israel's an apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Okay?
No shit. I mean, you know, it doesn't take like a song to fucking say it. I mean, it just takes like a fucking, you know, human being with basic humanity to fucking call it out for what it is.
Yeah, comical that centrist writers are writing off early leftist warnings of Israeli genocide as the boy who cried wolf, when our analysis was based on an analysis of Zionist political intentions that proved completely accurate.
Yeah. Shocker.
You guys were only right because your analysis of people perpetuating this war just so happened to line up with what they ended up doing. Yes, that is the point of analysis. You probably forgot it while you were wrong about everything for 20 years. It is...
That's all... It's like... You can acknowledge that, like, what's going on, but not do shit. But then also, like, this is what I hate about libs. Like they will always, like, be wishy-washy. And you know, that's why I love that song, Love Me, I'm a Liberal. Not just the original Phil Oakes version, but even some of the modernized interpretations, because it always rings fucking true. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, I love all them blacks, immigrants, and, you know, whoever else, you know, but as long as they don't move next door, you know, kind of thing, you know, because love me, I'm a liberal. I don't mind them as long as they don't move next door, or I don't mind, you know, being supportive of these ideas, but don't expect me to be like a hardcore activist. You know, I'll wear all the pins, I'll wear all the, you know, I'll wave a flag at a protest, but, you know, when it comes to like the real direct action that is necessary, oh, you're never going to find them fucking around. They'll virtue signal day in and day out. All day and every fucking day. But they will not do fucking shit. And even if they do, it's like a token gesture, basically. Like, they'll do it like once or twice, but never really do it again after that. They'll be like, oh, I did it once. It's like, yeah? Have you done it a lot? Have you been to jail for justice once? Have you been arrested by cops? Have you been tear gassed? Have you done all that? You know, have you been into some pretty crazy shit? No? Then, like, why should I care? Your little weird token gesture bullshit don't mean much to me. What I'm at least walking the walk. And a lot of people are too. Maybe I'm not doing it every day. But that ain't the fucking point. It's the fact that at least you're willing to do it. And when you got the ability... Oh, fucking hiccups. God damn it. But when it's like when you have the ability and the time and the availability, especially, like, to do it, then do it. You know, it's like, especially when there's something going on. And sometimes you gotta kind of dig around and dig deep, you know, to find something. But ultimately, it's like, at the end of the day, just like, at least do something, even if it's on your own. I've done shit on my own. I mean, I won't say a lot of stuff, because some of it's a little, you know, under the table, I guess you could say. But ultimately, it's just like, it's something. You know, maybe a lot of people will be like, oh, you know, not be happy about it. But at least, you know, it starts getting them thinking. Right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what you should be trying to do at minimal. And libs don't want to fucking do that. They want to do this weird back and forth tolerance, like, let's all work together bullshit. And it just don't fucking work. This weird big tent idea, that ain't it, chief. It ain't working. It hasn't worked. It won't work. And it's never worked. I mean, especially when it comes to the fascist shit that we're dealing with. You really expect people like me, at minimal progressives, to fucking, like, you know, go hand in hand and be in a big tent with those motherfuckers? And you all want to try to, like, you know, do some weird tolerance bullshit with them? At least not in the right way. You ain't doing it in no Daryl Davis way. You're all just trying to have, like, some weird perspective dialogue, and that's it. You're not actually trying to challenge your ass. I really feel like ultimately that's the problem with liberals. They don't want to challenge. They don't want to challenge people or challenge the system or challenge, like, the broader paradigm or how people think and believe. They will say and talk and have a dialogue about their shit, but they're not going to, like, do it in a way where it's like, I want to try to plant a seed. I want to actually try to change something. I want to actually, like, make a difference in someone and like actually have a proper dialogue, talk in their language sometimes, even if I have to, and get through them. You know, like a Daryl Davis philosophy, you know, and like a philosophy of like, let's all work in a mutual, genuine, beneficial thing instead of this weird, like, tolerance, let's say, you know, bullshit. You know, it's like, because that don't work. Because sometimes you have to be intolerant of tolerance. Like, there are certain intolerance I'm willing to tolerate because it's like, you know, maybe I just have to talk to them enough and they'll get it. But, you know, or at least there's enough of a gray area about that. But after a certain level, I got no fucking, you know, obligation to tolerate intolerance after a certain degree of it. After that point, it's up to me to fucking, you know, if anything, cry and crush that bullshit. Because it shouldn't be a thing. Especially in a proper fucking society. Especially if this Nazi fascist shit that's been growing lately. Like, yeah, no. And liberals need to fucking genuinely understand that. It's like, there are just certain people that just don't deserve that dialogue. They deserve to be shut the fuck down and embarrassed for who the fuck they are. Like, I mean, and if anything, you know, crack a head or two in Minecraft, wink. Because, like, if it comes to that, they gotta have to honestly generally be ready for that shit. Because us leftists have been trying to, like, call this out for a long fucking time and trying to, like, raise the alarm bells about this bullshit for a while. And now here we are. And it's not just about the Trump administration shit, but it's also the fascism that's going on geopolitically and globally, you know, outside of our fucking, you know, doorstep. I mean, there's a lot to address, and we need to genuinely fucking have our, you know, really proper, organized, and principled stance on how we deal with it. In a way that at least makes sense of where we can get libs and even right-wing people in, but we don't take no bullshit. Like, because I will say this, if there's one thing the right kind of honestly does weirdly have on the left, it's this weird woke shit. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm woke as fuck. But ultimately, it's just like, that ain't doing us any favors, right? Like, you gotta be edgy. You gotta understand they have to have a thicker skin. Like, that doesn't mean you have to take all the bullshit, but at least, you know, with some light, you know, smart ass or, you know, whatever bullshit, like, we have to just, like, get over it, you know what I mean? And have a thicker skin. Because, like, even lefties in the past, despite being as woke as fuck, had thick skin. But at the same time, you know, would flex and fucking throw their bullshit too and make sure that the other people had thick skin too. And if they didn't, well, they're about to get fucked up. You know? So, I mean, it was like kind of a mutual thing. And it needs to be that again. Because there was a there was a time where the queer movement was not just like, you know, sensitive or woke and stuff, because it always has been that way. But there was a time where it was also thick-skinned and like, you want to throw shit at us? We'll fight back. And we'll throw a brick at you if we have to, kind of shit. There will be a riot. The Folsom riots, the Stonewall riots. Like, I mean, you know, who's you know, like, it don't matter who started that shit, but who was, you know, predominantly defending themselves against riot cops and shit during those riots? Queer people. And that includes trans people, too. You know, it's like they're a part of this. You know, it's like, and I mean, this kind of goes to them, too, as well. And there are plenty that are like that. You know, and even I've met plenty that are like that as well, especially in Oregon, because, I mean, I don't know what it is, but, you know, there is kind of like this weird element of like, you know, we're sensitive, woke, and all this other shit, but we're also thick-skinned and we don't give a fuck, and, you know, kind of mentality. It's kind of a weird little duality, and I love it, though, because, like, I kind of hate it, but love it, because especially where it's necessary, it matters. You know, because they, you know, when it comes to these other people that really necessarily need it, like, it's very empowering for these people. And for others, you know, sometimes it's just like an advantage, you know, for them to just kind of ride, you know, people around and, you know, all sorts of shit. Because that is definitely a problem, too. Like, and that just, it goes, you know, into a whole nother tangent. But beyond the point, it's just like, there's a way to break through with people and actually fucking like, actually like, get through and actually like talk and be able to have a conversation. But at least for me, especially as a very hardcore woke ass radical lefty type, I mean, people like me kind of need to have thicker skin. I mean, that's my main critique, because like I've gotten a lot of progress talking to different people that fundamentally don't really believe in a lot of my values and other shit, but it's just like, yet they still, understand me. They will still actually talk to me. They will still actually respect me and all sorts of shit. So what's the issue here? And it's not ultimately like a left-right or this and that thing. I mean, there's individuals aspect thing, but like ultimately it's how we look at, these perspectives and these philosophies until we actually meet someone that kind of breaks the stereotypical paradigm of how we look at people, There's a lot of people who look at me and think I'm a hardcore, wokey, weird, fuck, but once they actually talk to me, they're like, you're actually, not bad and actually cool as fuck and blah, 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 despite being a lefty and radical and this and that, they will, I'll legit get that. And I love that, because it's like, I'm glad that, I have, people that don't even really, and even I don't really remotely agree with much outside of maybe a few core issues, but like, I'm glad that at least, even what we disagree with, we can have a very valuable conversation and we can hear each other out. I mean, even though I know the stereotypical conversations or topics and talking points and stuff, even though I know that shit, I, as, a radical woke-ass lefty motherfucker, can at least, talk their language and break down how, like, hey, maybe you're, here's my perspective, but in your language, where you can understand it. I mean, not just with family, but with friends, people at the bar. Like, it is possible. I mean, but I think that's ultimately, like I said, one thing that lefties need to really understand and learn. And that's not really a critique to anyone in particular. That's just a broad critique. Because there's a lot of lefties out there that just really don't get it. And they want to, like, gatekeep and all sorts of shit. Where it's like, I get it. And when you get it and you sniff it out, like, yeah, call it for what it is. But for the people that can at least be talked to and they're willing to talk to you, give it a chance. Like, worst case scenario, nothing happens and you have a conversation and it ultimately goes nowhere. Whatever. But best case scenario, there's, going to be a seed planted. They might actually consider what you're thinking. It might even agree with you on certain points and actually, like, understand what you're saying about some shit. And they actually might, like what you're saying. And then you can, like, use that as an opportunity to be like, well, I got these ideas because I learned about this. I learned about the Battle of Blair Mountain. I heard about the Centralia Massacre. I heard about this or that or whatever. Like, I got my views about, like, trade union shit because of that. Learning about this stuff. I learned from this book. Or, like, when it comes to other shit, like, you can use that as an opportunity to let them discover other stuff and let them look it up and be like, well, if you learned it from that, let me check it out. Because ultimately it's because you planted that seed. And now they're curious enough to where they want to sprout it. And that's ultimately, I think, really, especially for lefties, for people that we don't really ultimately agree with positions and stuff. And if we're ultimately trying to, like, get our side of things, to be the more predominant influence of shit, we got to start somewhere, and that is a way to do it. I mean, you don't have to go the ultimate, like, full Daryl Davis way to do it, but at least take some principles and ideas about how he did it, and go from there. Because there are flaws about Daryl Davis, but, like, his initial concept and how he did things, especially declanning and collecting, like, over 200 something clan robes from, actually, what's the exact number? Because I know there is a number about it. I got this. I can at least look this up while we still have this. I don't have to at least use my other phone, so we got multiple ways to react to shit. And, did this die? Wait, what? Where's the other phone? I know we had the other one. Oh, hell. Oh, There it is. Okay. Daryl. Nope. Oh, he's also a musician. Delve Davis is an American R&B blues music. He makes music? I literally legit never knew that. All right. We gotta find some of his music later. One of these days, we gotta listen to his music because I never knew he made music. What? Davis has played with musicians such as Chuck Berry, Jerry Lee Lewis, B.B. King, and Bruce Hornsby. This guy has a life, bro. What? I never knew this. What? Okay, that's actually fucking awesome. But his efforts to fight racism by engaging Klansmen members of the KKK have convinced dozens of Klansmen, way more than that. Aaron, let me, activism. Let's go here. It's gonna be in here. Here, let me look specifically here. It should give us a total number. Actually, you know what? Here, let me how one man convinced over 200 KKK members to give up their robes. Okay, so yeah, it's at least over 200. Okay, so there's an article, at least as of 2017. Let's see how many as of 2017, how many there are. There should be a more specific number in here, maybe. Let's see here. 200 Klansmen giving up the robe. Because he literally has a full walk-in closet, literally just full of all the robes of every individual he has, declanned. And, basically de-assimilated, them from the racist bullshit. You know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily mean they're not, conservative or centrist or liberal or anything. They're not going to be, full-on lefties or anything. But, at least they're not, Klan-wearing conservative racist fucks, And honestly, ultimately, that is probably the best goal that you can really get as a leftist when it comes to people on the right, Just make them not, weird fucks, about shit like that, Ultimately, when it comes to social, views, or at least social conservatism, just try to get them out of that, Because ultimately, especially with social justice, there's a lot of really great goals, to get, at least, if they're going to be, libertarian, fiscally conservative, social libertarian, liberal, left types, then I'd rather that than them be, fiscal, social conservative, fucks, or just straight up hyper social conservatives, I don't want that. I'd rather them be fiscally conservative because at least, you can argue economics and that can go back and forth, whatever. I mean, I feel like social issues, for 80% of them, are just not debatable. You know what I mean? There's a lot of them that just really aren't. And they've already been settled. It's fuck. I mean, it's at this rate, there just isn't really a debate about most of these issues. Gay rights, abortion rights, women's rights broadly, gay marriage, trans rights. These things just, as far as I care, are just kind of subtle facts. I mean, maybe there could be a little minutia of debates about, some other fucking shit about all that, but at the end of the day, even then, I feel like it's, as far as I care, can be, at least ultimately, a minimal, easily settled, and it really, at best, just are. It's just people don't want to admit it. Well, at least people that are just still denying it. Does it really not give me a number? I've like went through this whole article and there's like not an exact number. It just says about over 200. So I guess it's about a little over 200. I guess it's not an exact number. I'm sure there is, out there, but I was not given an exact number, so whatever. But either way, like over 200 Klansmen. The point being, though, it's just like, if you're gonna get like these hyper social, like, or at least broadly conservative far right types, get them deprogrammed from the social conservative shit, like Daryl Davis did. He never fought him on economics or anything, because I think Daryl Davis is a little bit conservative on fiscal policy stuff, if I remember about him. And even on certain social issues, he's a little conservative, but like when it comes to like social justice and like civil rights issues, especially when it comes to minorities, like he's right on the ball, and just enough to where it's a perfect way to get through people. And even if you aren't like politically like someone like Daryl Davis, you can at least use his format and foundation and use the language to put your philosophy and ideas out there. I've done it and it works. I know it does. I've taken Daryl Davis' philosophy and put it to fucking work, and it does work. Not just in Oregon, but even a fucking place like Texas and shit. Granted, with some of my family, but even not people who are in my family.
Bluetooth.
Some of them were like friends of my family, or like just random strangers. It just happened to me and just talked to me. Oh my god, these dogs right now, dude. Terrible. Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. Vito, oh my god, Vito. Oh, wait, what are you doing, Vito? Why are you doing that? Come up here. Why'd you do that? You look so cute over there. Hey. No. I don't know how much Vito you can see, but there's nothing but Vito chunk. Vito. I think I know what he wants. He always loves kayaking. Take the first letters of those words that I just said. We always love kayaking. And you know what I mean. He wants that. He understands the acronym of what that word means. Because he's just that smart. Because I have done that so many times. The WLK thing, where he will know it. So, oops, I almost called him by his brother's name. Vito. WLK. WLK. Yeah, he wants it. Look at him. Oh my god. He knows it. Are you knowing that Such? Oh my gosh, Jazzy's even coming over here for it. Oh no. Hey, later. Y'all get it later, okay? You can all be by me and be my cope. Look, SJWs, appreciate the activism, but the state of capitalist hell isn't going to be defeated because the word retarded was removed from the internet slang. Then I hear the same thing about the word moron, stupid. What the hell do they want us to call Nazis bad people? They know they're bad. That's why they're Nazis. Well, no shit. That's why they have to, like, really fucking just, like, go hardcore. That's why I'm an edgelord, dirtbag, dark energy lefty or whatever the fuck they're called nowadays. You know what I mean? I'm dark woke. I'm the edgy fucking woke. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we need. We need lefties to just, like, embrace the word retarded, faggot, and all those other words. Like, I'm sorry, well, we need to embrace it. We need to just, take them as ours and be like, nah, bitch, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it just needs to be ours. Because as a lefty and as a bisexual, pansexual, like, I don't give a fuck about gender identity. You know what I mean? Like, for myself, yeah, like, I don't care. call me faggot all day as long as it's not like a weird right-wing Nazi bullshit way of doing it. But if you be like, what's up, face? You know, I don't care. Like, if you're my homie, then I don't give a shit. You know? Same, you know, and like, you know, it's just one of those things, man. It's like, let's just get over this shit. Like, I mean, hey, and also, at the same time, I'm just a denizen of the early 2000s and the bleed off from the 90s, okay? Like, I mean, everything was, like, pretty much a filler word was faggot or retarded or retard for pretty much, like, every filler word. Outside of fuck, cunt, bitch, or whatever, you know, shit, or any other word, you know? As little kids, by the way. Like, 5th to fucking 9th grade. Until we kind of matured enough, and then we just picked more really horrible shit to fucking throw at each other on top of that. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, when you're destined of that, you learn to grow thick skin. There's ever been an instance where someone was a dude covered in swastikas and been like, hey, you're not a good person. And then he was like, I'm not? Well, I changed my views immediately. Yeah. You have to call them some really vitriolic shit. And also, honestly, threaten them to fucking punch you. Be like, fuck you, you're fucking scum. How dare you, little fucking Nazi faggot degenerate piece of shit. What, you want to punch me? Are you offended? What, are you a little incel and you haven't gotten laid since the day you were born? Because the only pussy you ever touched was the one that you got out of your mom's pussy, you know, when you fucking were born? Or did you even never get a chance to touch that because you had a C-section? Are you a little bitch and never were able to touch pussy even for that? Like, come on. You know, like, you gotta egg them on. You just gotta fucking tear them down, dude. And just be ruthless. You know? Like, you just gotta be that fucking ruthless. You just gotta do it. I mean, because they're Nazis. Who gives a fuck? They're fascists. Who cares? Like, they're scum. They deserve that kind of vitriol. There's been an instance where someone went to a dude covered in swastikas and been like, hey, you're not a good person. And I'm like, oh, I already read that. But the point being, though, yeah, exactly. That's why you gotta tear them down. Because you gotta make them feel insecure and sad and sorry about their shit. Pretty sure Bertha is the type of fish, or am I thinking of Mario Bros? I have no idea. Wait, fun fact, C-sections used not to be considered legit births. Well, I mean, maybe at a time. I'm honestly not too sure. But yeah, I think Berthas are like something in the Mario thing, and yeah. But anyway, let's get back to this. This lock shit is really starting to annoy me, but it's like, I'm starting to get used to it, weirdly enough. So, fuck it.
It's insane. Benjamin Netanyahu said Amalek literally the day after. Yoav Galan 2 days after said, we're fighting human animals. We have to shut off their food, their electricity, their water. Oh, wow. It takes a special breed of future seer to literally listen to what the Israeli state members were saying about what kind of war effort that they were going to conduct. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. During an October 10th briefing, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, who is uniquely bad at her job, literally called a ceasefire. Progressive Congress members who called for a ceasefire in the Middle East disgraceful and repugnant.
Biden/Harris called us disgusting for wanting us to stop genocide. Which, given the Trump administration, there ain't no different. Learned that from Macbeth. Nice. Man, why must the American policy on the on Israel and Gaza and the Palestinians literally just be the exact identical fucking thing regardless of the administration? At this rate, it really needs to be like a make or break when it comes to a politician running. Like, if you support Israel, that's just one strike you're out. Fuck off. It needs to be that. But the fact that I voted for Jamel Biden, because she was actually in her campaign somewhat critical of Israel. She wasn't the most critical one, but enough to at least call it a genocide shit. But to take all that money obviously she had nefarious intent, and they did that as a way to not just shut her the fuck up, but for two, also, because then she could be just another voice in Congress and just be another Zionist dog. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous. That's why it needs to be like a one strike, you're out. You're done when it comes to this position. But all I can think of is about right now is that Main Spinal is fucking dunce. Dude, he literally keeps getting banned with his sock accounts and, on Onion Nuggets, and it's kind of hilarious. What's the stance on Israel? Like, I don't know if it's known amongst the community. I honestly don't really know myself. I'm pretty sure it probably has been mentioned, but I honestly don't know.
They're trying to launder their reputation. It's like, dude, delete your tweets first. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Except you can't delete this shit. It's so stupid. Matt Iglesias, another...
Especially when the genocide is being live streamed 24/7.
Demon. I'm just deeply reluctant to credit the critics for being right, in air quotes, about this. They at every turn took concrete political actions that made the worst case...
I meant to say man. Oh, man, Spinal... Oh, well, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. But, yeah. But either way, I mean, because Spino is such a dunce, he keeps getting banned and has to make sock accounts. I mean, I honestly don't even want to know how many sock accounts he has when it comes to Spino. Because he has the Spino socialistic fucking whatever the fuck. And then he has like another Spino account. And then he has like 3 others on top of that. And then he has Spino the Cuck. And then a few other ones. It's like, bro, like how many sock accounts do you have? Like, can you not get the hint? How are you, like, still in this community, but yet you're so hated? Like, I mean, I guess it's nice to have him around because of that. I guess, but, like, dude, anyone else would literally just be gone. Are you just, like, a sadist? Do you just love the punishment? Yeah, Paul Bandit. The last show he did it. Because it's like, young, Democrats always wrong. We get it, Paul. Like, and then Paul banned him. So yeah, he's got another sock account after this one. So, dude, what is with him? I really don't get him. Does he just love the punishment and the pain and the feeling of just not being liked? Well, what is with him, bro? As soon as he made an intervention, Paul, TJ, and Scotty show up at his house just to say, we don't like you at all, dude. Not just that, but just to be like, yo, we don't like you at all because of X, Y, or Z, A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L, P, kind of behaviors, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole alphabet of problems. And then just, like, hash it out, you know what I mean? Like, that just needs to happen. Because, like, goddamn, bro. Spino just needs a reality check.
Outcomes more rather than less likely.
And he's not just a reborn Christian. He's a reborn Christian Mormon, bro. It's like, dude, not only are you a born-again Christian, but you're a born-again Christian Mormon, bro. And look, and I love my friend Logan, but I know he will gripe at me about this. But it's just like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, dog. I mean, it's literally no offense. It's just like the organization and the philosophy and all the bullshit about the religion. I'm just sorry, dude. Like, I literally believe this for, like, every fucking religions for all intents and purposes. It's just like, they're all bunk. They're all bullshit one way or another. It's like, come on, dude. Mormons aren't, unique on this fucking critique that I have. It's like, come on. Not include Spino too. Once he uses the word Spino is right, he will leave the mortal realm. That sentence gave me depression. Dude, that thought gave me depression.
Matt Iglesias is deeply reluctant to credit those of us who understood from day one that Israel was waging a war of extermination as right. It's so funny that these dipshits are trying to do I guess we were wrong about the Iraq war, while it's literally happening and everyone can see it as being fraudulent. Dude, you have to wait. You have to wait like a couple years before you whitewash and launder your reputation. It's still going on. It doesn't make sense to try and spin on the one hand, while on the other hand, you're still trying to defend your lack of interest in stopping the bloodshed. Who believes this? The appropriate thing to say is, and here is God's honest truth, the appropriate thing to say in this circumstance is, we were wrong, the left was right. A critical examination of why we were wrong and the left was right.
And honestly, you know, so much of the left would have some vindication over this. And you know what? I will gloat over it so hard that if people even have a problem with it, even amongst the left, I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, I'm not even joking, bro. Like, I would gloat over that. Be like, yeah, we were right. We were right all along. We were right for decades. We were right for almost, like, literally at least a half a century or so. It's like, come on. It's like, we were literally right this whole fucking time, and now you want to fucking admit it? It's like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to gloat over it and dance on the grave, bitch, and piss on you too while you're at it.
Is necessary so that we don't repeat this mistake again. They won't do it because they're in power. I remember when you decided to change your mind about the Iraq War, but why do you think this keeps happening to you? It's because they're careerists, okay? For many of them, it's just about being a careerist because they know they'll never be punished. Actually, they'll be elevated for being wrong. They're deliberately wrong. They're deliberately obtuse. They're inhumane.
Random question. Would it take 4 more years of Bush Jr. over Trump? Well, like a third term of W? No. I mean, in some way, it kind of got us into this fucking problem in the first place. So, no. Definitely not. Honestly, like, I'd rather take, you know, I mean, I might honestly potentially take, like, so it's not that bad yet. Oh, Bush? No, I thought Bush was worse. I mean, I don't know. Well, fuck, it is debatable, bro. I will admit. Because the thing is, like, the precedent that we're in now, I mean, ultimately did start with Reagan, but where we're in now, especially, the precedent will start with Bush, with W. So it's like, I mean, if the mask was off, Bush would probably honestly be kind of the same fucking way, just more competent. Especially with Cheney as Veep. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, dude, especially with the Epstein shit, it's honestly kind of very debatable to me. Because they're both, at this rate, pretty equally bad. Place Bush term of Trump. So, well, I don't know, man. I don't know how Trump would be then. I mean, I'm sure it'd be relatively the same, but just competent, but also, I feel like the Iraq War would still be the same. I feel like a lot of things would probably relatively be the same, to be honest. Maybe some slight changes here and there. Talking about 2000 entire scenarios. Well, I know, but I honestly, arguably, because of his competence, things probably wouldn't really change as much because of, like, you know, the administration and the people that would be around him. I'm sure Cheney and, like, Rumsfeld and, like, the Leo Straussian, like, acolytes, you know, would still be within the GOP and administration and shit. Like, I feel like, honestly, it would all relatively still be the same. I mean, if anything, possibly better or worse, because Trump's politics were a little different. Wasn't he like a Democrat that voted for Clinton at one point? And ran as a Democrat in the primaries once? Like, I mean, him running in 2016 was not the first time he's run. Like, I think it was like the third or fourth time he ran. As huge bonus, no Elon. That is true. I mean, Elon's a thing, but he's nowhere near to the same power or level, that he's at right now. So yeah, that's great. That would be good. But, I don't know, man. I feel like things would relatively be the same. Arguably, maybe better or worse, quote unquote, just depending on how you perceive how Trump might operate given that time. So, I don't know, man. I really don't feel like there'd be a negligible difference. I guess, we wouldn't have Trump in 2016 or now. I mean, I guess we would have Hillary, but that probably wouldn't be good either. So, who knows, man? If anything, maybe our, timeline wouldn't be as radically different as we think it would be. But, who knows? Gonna take a piss real quick and I'll be right back. Beans. And you saw we all love kayaking a little bit later, too. Are you starting to learn that, Vito? Those ears perked up so hard when I said that. You don't need to learn that. Are you following me in here? What's up? You want to be in here with me? Come on. You're like right there at the door. So I might as well. What's up, buddy? Jazzy Wazzy, I'm not going to look at you. What? Chunk. Hey, get back over here. Vito, come here. Come here, Vito. Vito. Vito beater. Who's a good boy? Oh, yes, who's a big old floof? Who's a big old handsome boy? Who's long? Who's a big old floofy long of his man? Yes. These goofy little dogs. Nope, still don't. Yeah, I still don't regret it. I remember back in the day, not my biological uncle, but at least figuratively my Uncle Robert. He used to be on the streams way back in the day. I don't know if you remember, but he literally will sometimes be like, "Oh, so in 2016 you vote for Hillary, huh?" back in like Trump's first term, and I was like, no, I never did. I voted for Jill Stein, at least at that time. You know, it's like the one time I ever did. You know, but it's just like, damn, like, come on now. Or Kamala. Yeah, same thing for that. You know, it's like, what? I mean, like, why are you bringing that up when we're talking about, like, my politics versus your politics? Like, it has nothing to do about the election. Like, what does it matter, like, who I voted for or not? You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, who cares? But yet, he will sometimes try to fling that at me as a gotcha. And I'm just like, come on, dude. I mean, like, that ain't gonna do nothing to be fruitful of the conversation. You're just trying to use that as a gotcha to me and be like, oh, you're lib. Or something, I don't know. You know, it's like, come on, dude. But, you know what, here. Let's see if I have a way to maybe skim around here a little bit. You know what? Because of this bullshit, I'm kind of thinking, because I don't want to react to this one forever. You know what? Yeah, let's do this real quick. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. Got two ideas of mine. Okay, react to another little thing.
Power off.
Well, fuck you very much. Well, I guess we could switch over to a little bit. We could do that as well. Argue some of that. It's like just people voted and they all be all alert everything. Did you vote? Well, both candidates supported puppy pounds being on fire, so no, I didn't. It's like, yeah, that's not what the fucking ultimate, like, I really hate that kind of weird shit. Where it's like, yeah, we're the party that doesn't support, puppy pounds being burnt. And it's like, what? That's not what it's about, you dipstick. It's about what they do support. And yeah, maybe one party or the other might support one or the other, but it's just like, they both also agree with, like, genocide in Gaza, or, or all this other shit, or like the perpetuation of wars, like when it comes to places like Ukraine too, for example. It's like, come on. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, we're really gonna try to, like, do some weird, like, cherry pick bullshit right now. I mean, it's like, I get it, I suppose, but it's like, ultimately, it's like, there are bigger problems going on outside of this lesser two-year cherry pick shit. I mean, that's a part of what should be implied, for what we fight for, but damn, you really want to just hedge your bets on that shit? There's bigger problems at hand where, like, both parties are very much okay and hand-in-hand with. Then you could call a fascist piece of shit. Or, like, an anti-Semite. Or, like, someone who just wants to see, innocent Ukrainians or innocent people slaughtered or whatever. Like, you just get labeled everything under the sun, dude. It's just ridiculous. A Russian simp, a psyop for Putin, a Russian bot, or a fucking, like, Hamas supporter, or a fucking weird Democratic lib woke fucking bot. Just random bullshit, dude. It is just fucking ridiculous. Beat the beater. Just like you. You're ridiculous, Vito. Big boy. Hi, Chelsea. Hey, sweet bean. You little queen. Oh my god. You beer slut. Wow. You're licking your lips. Want more? What? You are a beer slut. What is wrong with you? No! You want some too? Oh, Vito! Oh my god. Oh no. They know! No! No! Jassie has manipulated you, Vito. She has manipulated you. Homie, you used to hate it, and now you want to lick it up too, just like Chaz. Yeah, you know you done wrong. That's why you're over there. Oh my god, yo. Jazzy, oh my god. Vito! Buddy! Homie! Oh my god, look at all that. I mean, I can't be mad at you, but you're not having more. You freak. What's wrong with you? Including you, Jazzy. You look up vodka bottles. There's tales of you, like, whatever remnants of vodka was left in fucking Michael's fucking bullshit with, you know, him being over here and shit. Apparently you would lick the remnants. You weird liquor, alcohol slut. Yeah, don't be yawning and licking, you know, your chops at me and all this shit, you little weird bitch. Oh my god. She is a little weird. Liberals are so weird, man, because cons, even when they get their ass handed to them, they'll still stand up and raise their arms like they won. But libs, they're the most defiant motherfuckers ever. Yeah, I mean, because they both equally are detached to reality, but how they operate with it is different. And they're both, like, in one hand, equally detestable, but one is a little bit more than the other, and I'm sorry, it's the libs. Because at least, you know, the Republicans and the right-leaning motherfuckers, at least they're convicted in their beliefs and they actually are, like, you know, very principled and stand stone in what they fucking say and mean. There's that at least. Libs, not all the time. In fact, you'll be fucking lucky if they do. Here. Might as well put my little music playlist up at this point. Ultimately, this was a test, right? So, hey, at least all's good. So, I might as well do this. Here, hold on. Boom. Cool. Man, I kind of like that I don't have to, like, you know, get out of my stream to do this, actually. This is kind of nice. Just give me a minute. I'm just putting a little playlist up. Because once I get it set, I'll just go full screen with every y'all. And just kind of do what we usually do, I suppose. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. And plus, I'll get rid of this fucking notification of this, like, weird 423 locked bullshit. Like, it's really, like, I'm sorry, it really is starting to drive me the fuck nuts. So, as soon as I do this, I know it'll be okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just want it gone, dude. It's driving me the fuck nuts. God fucking titty sprinkle, damn it. That's not the shit. No. Oh my god, it fucked up. No, of course it did. Wow. Wow, of course it did. And I had a set list set up. Dude, the pain is just ridiculous. Alright. Gotta do this again. Lovely. Okay, you know what? I can actually handle this playlist way better than what I was dealing with earlier. So, you know what? That's actually not bad. There's a few things I want to kind of like, but there we go. Alright, I think we should be okay. Alright, there we go. Just do that first. Whoa! Hold on, we don't need your rape. Did it really turn off already? Oh my god, did I not hear that? Really?
Power on.
Sorry.
Bluetooth connected.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's better. Since Trump on again, there's a blue wave bitching that I hope to Christ miss Japan. Oh, if like the tsunami. Because there was a tsunami that happened recently. Like an 8.8 or some shit. There was even like on flight radar, I even noticed it too. Because I happened to be tracking it one night. And it was the night of the tsunami when I heard some breaking news. And I was like, I saw a lot of flight paths like, bloop, just turn around because of these tsunami warnings and just like went right back to their destination. And I was just like, or at least, the next nearest, international airport where they could get reflighted and rebooked and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh shit. I'm just making a joke. Well, yeah, no, there was like, an earthquake not that long ago and shit. And they have Flight Radar 24. You should get the app too, by the way, because it's actually kind of fun. Because, like, when, you kind of look around the world and see some of the flight paths, you kind of be surprised about, like, how much, like, politics, geopolitics shit and stuff and other shit kind of plays a role. Because you'll see, like, how that, plays a role and stuff. But also, it's kind of cool to see where, like, aircraft, if there's a flight path over you, seeing where they came from. Because, like, there's flight paths over me where I live in my house, and most of them come from California. I've actually figured it out. Most of them come from, like, Santa Monica, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, a few other places, like, all over, just, like, different places over in Cali. And their flight paths happen to be right over my house. Like, legit. Like, their flight path turns, and starts going in for the final approach by the time they're over my little neck in the woods. And it's really interesting. They're really cool. And sometimes there'll be other aircraft that will be, like, going from other parts of the world that will take that flight path too, but it's really rare. Usually it's like a California to Portland, type of flight route. Or at least, flight path. Just making a joke. Well, yeah. But hey, sometimes with jokes, there's always kernel of truth. There's stuff that I want to send you, but the issues are happening. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Hey, if anything, it's good that we know we're kind of mostly there when it comes to Streamlabs stuff, but we just kind of have to, like, figure out some other shit and tweak her and tune her up, It's like an engine. It's like an old school engine. You got to run in, but you got to tune her up and tweak her out a little. So give it time. I think we'll be able to get it figured out. Worst case scenario, we'll have a desktop or a laptop or something like that where we can at least, do them in this format, but in a way better structured ability. And actually be able to, have a decent little setup. So, I don't know. In time. Given enough time, there could be some upgrades here pretty soon. Just in the ways that I don't think we expected, to be honest. We'll admit that. So sad, someone posted an independent editing. I arrested a carpenter named Jesus. And someone replies, found the obvious pun funny. And someone says, not funny, but... ... You beans. You have all betrayed me. Jazzy, up. Jazzy! Up! Jazzy. Jazzy. You know what? I'll spoil them right now. I don't even give a fuck. Logan ain't here. They don't have to work for these. Oh, Jesse, that little cute little face and head is so cute. Vito, you savage little beast. Like, Jesse, up. Lay down. Jesse. Jess. Get it. Go. Get over here. Oh, good babies. Good babies. To help the digestive tract for when we do our, we always love kayaking later. Yes. Yes. Damn, Jazzy. You chunk. Over a common analyst that they said it's not political, it's a human rights issue. They're both. It's a dude, human rights issues are inherently political. Like, of course they're gonna be political just by their nature. Like, what? Huh? Anyway, it's like, listen, friend, I'm not gonna hold your hand when I tell you this. Human rights are pretty much as political issues you can get. No shit, bro. They're inherently political. Like, you can't just, like, say that human rights are separate from politics because they are a part of politics. Just like this little chunk. Are you just a part of the body politic? Yes. And human rights shall be enforced by your ability to slay motherfuckers. Lucha chunk. Man. Goofy little girl. It's like saying, apples are not fruit. There's something that grows on trees that you eat. Well, that's what a fruit is. How dare you, you fucking shite piece of fucking cunt. You shit. How dare you defy my logic. Though, to be fair, fruits aren't inherently based off because, like, they grow off a tree. It's because fruits are defined as, you know, an edible thing, that can, have seeds in the center or, like, around the core. Hence why you have seeds around the apple, the seeds in oranges, and stuff like that, right? And that's why a tomato is classified as an orange, or as a fruit. Orange. As a fruit. Because of the seeds and stuff. Like, so, there are different things that are, I know. Well, I know, I'm just saying, mostly for the stream, factor. There's different reasons as to why they're, like, known for what they are and, have their definition. Because there are definitely some, I don't know if there are veggies that grow off of trees, but I definitely know there are fruits that grow off of trees, but not every fruit does. But most fruits, I will admit, they do. You got, like, plums, oranges, bananas, all sorts of different things. There we go. What actually what we got, Ooh, yeah. A little indica, that won't be bad. Ain't gonna be a bad little option right now. A little something. You wanna try wild fruit? Oh, dude. I had, like, if you try some, like, homegrown, like, good, just, like, shit, or, like, wild fruit, or, like, yeah, dude. I found wild berries and fruit, you know, even hiking, and I will, like, pick a few and eat them. And honestly, bro, like, they're so good. I will admit, there is a tardiness about it, because, like, there isn't as much sugar outside the fructose that is in the fruit itself. But, oh, dude. I don't know what it is, but it is legitimately better than the store-bought shit. Like, I found huckleberries, raspberries, strawberries, all sorts of different stuff, you know, while hiking. Now it's kind of picked that shit a little bit. Because there ain't no way there ain't going to be pesticides and stuff, you know? And, like, it's just way up there. It's just naturally just growing there. So, it's like, I'll pick a few of them, not like, you know, the equivalent of, like, a handful, and just eat that shit, and it's like, bro. So good, dude. I want to know if a wild watermelon tastes better. I'm sure a homegrown watermelon for sure. But if you're, you know, finding one in the wild, I don't know where they wildly grow. You know, we do have the backup, right? Let's just find it really quick. Wait, what? Did it die already? No. No! What's my charge? 73%? Fuck you. Alright. Charging this bitch. We're looking this up. Bruh. Damn. I love the purpose invented capsaicin as a defense mechanism, and then come along humans. And we literally look at that as like, this is a challenge. We shall feast upon this as a challenge. And in fact, we will breed you specifically so we can make you stronger. And then challenge our taste buds and our gut to handle your bitch. I mean, for real. I mean, it's like, dude, we have, like, straight up have, like, made peppers, like, our best friend but mortal enemy to our own biology. And their whole defense was that. But then you have different animals, like, birds actually have, like, an immune system to capsaicin, you know, like, because they can't register that with their digestive, you know, gut and their, you know, and all that shit, you know, so it's like, for them, it's just like a typical seed or anything else, but to other animals, especially the ones that they're trying to have, like, an immune system to, it's like, ooh, nope. To us, that's not only flavor, but that's a challenge. We can't make it more painful, but they keep eating more of us. I know, dude. I mean, for real, bro. We just look at that and we're like, that's a challenge. We will eat that. I'm gonna eat that. I'm gonna eat that. I'm gonna eat it. All of it. And have seconds. And then some. Feed a beater. I know what you're begging for. Just giving him, maybe not a minute, but, you know, a bit. Yes, he's so cute. And Vito, you are too. You know what? Come here, Vito. Oh. Hey, no. Hey, boy. Oh, you. Come on, Vito. Are you choking, bitch ass? What are you doing? All the flopping around. Hey. Oh! No, Vito! You look so cute. You look so cute. Oh. Hey, stop making out with me. Poor puppers. Oh, fuck you. He's okay. This Bane. He's just such an anxious weirdo. He just does this. He's just such a derp. Oh, you look so adorable. Hello, cowboy. Look at you. Look at you. You little cavalry cowboy boy. He's so cute. Oh, no. He just doesn't fit his head. Oh, he's just a good boy. Just a good boy. Yes, yes, yes. I love how Logan's calling me right now. I literally told him, if I don't answer, to pop on here. So after this, he probably should pop on. And he's going to see Vito be a little chunk in his silly boy. Wait, why is he, why am you stop? Hey. Boy. Did my playlist change? I guess it did. Whatever. Vito. Oh, your little tongue. You're so cute. Stick your little tongue on the side. That's how I know you love it. You secretly love it. Despite your physical objections, you love it. Look at that. You got a little tongue out. I mean... I don't care. I do love this because I'm getting all the snuggles and scoochies. Oh, you just headbutted my ass. Oh. It was out. Okay, I will admit, it was out like in a little bit of gas. Okay, you liked it then, but you just don't like it when you're so impaired with your movements. You goof. Okay, now I gotta. Because my sheems have sweats, I got dog fur all over me. Oh, God. I guess that's why I get for using it for a drum. Good boy. Yes, yes, yes. You're not like Sukov, though. So Cuffle will let me use sensitive charm. Same with Jazzy. Not you. He's looking at me with his most cutest shit-ing grin. There is a part of him that does kind of like it. I mean, he wouldn't be staring at me sitting like, just like this most cutest little shit-ing grin of his little tongue out. Like, I mean, if it wasn't for that, I mean, you know, I would think otherwise. But nah, dude, like, he loves it. He kind of likes the little rough house wrestling thing. I mean, that's kind of his little forte. Vito, come. Vito. He immediately ran up here. Wah. 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 Oh, damn, you just like pressing up against me on that one. Oh, because you wanted to sit yourself up. Oh, my lord. Yes, boy. You're a big goofy boy. Wow. Oh my goodness, what a goofy boy. Wow. Just a goofy dog. Just a goofy boy. Wow. Damn, you love those little forehead cheek rubs and chin rubs. You love all that. Oh my goodness. He has this like silly little goofy fucking face I don't even know how to describe. It's like, wait, you don't have more? Wow. Wow. You goofy dog. Goofy boy. What a goofy dog. Like I said, these fucking furs. Oh my lord. We need at least some sort of a brush for these pups so they don't shed so much when I pet them. Oh my goodness. The winter was worse because like Vito was just shedding so much, but nowhere near as much now. But like, oh my god. For a minute there, I was like, oof. It's like, he's such a shed machine. Good little baby boy. Wow. Jazzy, you don't want any of this? Jazzy, up. Little jazz chomp. Jazz. Of course you want to hide behind my back and make a little cave out of me. You goofy girl. Oh my goodness. You're like, where's all the fucking, like, roughhouse and snuggle that you were doing? I ain't getting all that. Oh. My little jazz drum. Talking to Dry County Seas. Trump had a ridiculous quote in Scotland. Oh, I'm very well aware about that. Harley dragging new ass to Metalhead on Friday. I'm down for it. I was actually not worried about one on Friday, but I'll be down for it. It just kind of caught me doing a little bit of a test run with Streamlabs and shit again, which is about 80% there. You kind of missed some of the highlights. I'm kind of near a little bit of the outro moment at this point. At least for now. Oh, little bean. Wow. Wow. Ah! Really, girl? You're gonna be doing that? Hell no. Really? You're just gonna keep plopping on me? Oh, God. Oof. Ugh. 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 Oh, thank you. Thank you, girl. They're goofy little fucking little noises. So ridiculous. You're just so ridiculous and cute. But yeah, at least with like the Trump trip to Scotland, apparently that went so bad that it was even embarrassment for like, you know, the whole meeting between like, you know, the UK and like the US trying to like do a little trade deal kind of thing to, you know, revoke tariffs, and even that was an embarrassment. Like the whole entire fucking thing about him going to Scotland/UK was just nothing but an embarrassment, which I'm not surprised at all. In fact, even though it's barely been a year in his term, a third of his term has literally just been used to be on his offshore or, you know, out-of-state properties in the U.S. or otherwise, you know, to just basically just, you know, do his own bullshit. Golf, mostly. And that's been costing, shocker, the taxpayers millions of fucking dollars. So, why, you know, it's just like, I wonder why. He probably wants to just, like, have, you know, a cheap way to fucking golf, be a rich dog, you know, especially not just do the elitist class and be a part of their club, but just do that on his own virtues and nature. And then thus, now we're in our fucking system where he's created this fucking cold personality around him just so he can gain that bullshit. It's like, man, there needs to be a fundamental fucking change and real quick, and all things considered, it might come pretty soon. I just don't know in the way that I think it would, but hopefully I will admit that. Can't talk about what that will look like on stream though, even with TOS. I know for a fact this is not my playlist that I had ready to go. I like the song, but such a curveball. Who cares? It's about Bruce Campbell. We're gonna be best friends. Spider-Man was indeed. Who's like the rose, available so that for you, you primitive screwhead. Bruce Campbell, Bruce Campbell, we go to your house and we go on, dancing to the young. We're going to County 2. Who got the very good to is both on Boogaloo. Dude, why is Psycho Sticko so ridiculously hard with dumb shit like this? That's just fucking great. What's up, Jazzy? Aw, Fido. You perfect little ball of croissant. Well, now you're just grooming yourself. I mean, you looked cute earlier. Really, Vito? Yeah, let's see if we can show them off, because they are adorable. Oh, little Jazz. Bug? She's like, oh. Beater. Oh, look at that beautiful little perfect croissant. Fido. Bug. No, what are you doing? Beater. Beater, potato. You goof. Big goof. Jazzy. It's your goofball. Get up here. Yeah. Oh, look, no. She decided to be over there. These little goofs. They're so cute. Is Psycho Stick still a thing? I haven't heard of them in years. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, they don't have the same bassist anymore. The guy that wears, like, the moose head thing that he had. But they have a new bassist now. But yeah, they just toured like mostly in the Midwest, sometimes in the South or the East Coast a little bit, because I think they're from like Iowa. So they just never been to the West Coast. I've even looked at their past tours before. They've never been to Portland or Seattle or anywhere on the West Coast before. The closest they've been is Boise. So honestly, like, next time I do hear about them doing tour and they are in Boise, I say fuck it. Let's just go there just to see them, and that's it. Just like maybe we spend the night there, and then early in the morning, once we wake up, we just leave. Because I would love to see them live. I wish I was able to see them with the original bassist. Because he had like this cool like how he made it was like this bicycle helmet, and then he had like these couch cushions with like a bunch of brown duct tape wrapped around, to make it look like moose antlers, and then just had it all stuck to one big fucking helmet, and he would just wear that as his whole fucking thing, and his bass licks were so fucking good. New bassist is good too. I've seen him a little bit, for his live shows and some of the streams that Psycho 6 will do occasionally. But, I mean, the original guy is just a little better. Long as Trav and I hate Idaho. I don't blame you, but hypothetically, let's say that it's all covered. Gas, hotel stuff, or even, like, maybe we just drive outside of Idaho and we just find a cool spot to camp, just right outside, like, whatever the fuck, right? Let's say it's all covered, including your ticket and everything. Would you still be down? I mean, you don't have to pay for a cent outside of maybe just, like, food and maybe, like, a beer or something, like, and when we, some shit like that. But beyond that, like, I mean, if you don't have to pay out of pocket to get there and back kind of thing, including the show itself and staying there even for a night, and even then we don't have to. We could just, like, spend the night in, like, Pendleton, Oregon or whatever the fuck, or maybe, like, just camp out, off the highway in Oregon. Like, we have ideas. We have means, that we could hypothetically work out, as a way to do it. You know what I mean? Without having to really actually generally be in Idaho. Because I don't like the state either, and I hate it too, just as much as you do. So, I mean, it's an idea. I'm just saying, for Psycho Stick, like, for me personally, it'd be worth it. And honestly, if I had to hook up a homie or two so they have to pay out of pocket, sounds more like a Logan thing, lol. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, again, hypothetical. Like, it's, all covered outside of, like, hey, maybe, like, when we go find a brew pub in Boise or some shit, you might have to buy a beer and some food, and even then, maybe not. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty much all covered for outside of maybe grabbing that or some merch from Psycho Stick, like a t-shirt or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I'm just speaking for myself, that'd be worth it. I'm just saying, like, because honestly, they don't do tours often. So the one time they might do it, maybe next year in 2026 or 2027, in the next few couple years or something, if they happen to do a tour, I'm just saying, like, hypothetical, if they happen to be in Boise or Coeur d'Alene or anywhere in Idaho, I mean, I will unironically, because obviously by this point, I would definitely have some moolah, like, I will cover the trip. In fact, we can even make it even to a more of an extended trip and be like, hey, let's go camp out in, like, Eastern Oregon, but we just make a big road trip to go check out this fucking show, and then we go back, to our campsite, that's near the border, but in Oregon. You know what I mean? Some shit like that, We can make something work out where we can make a big trip and make it actually, like, fucking big and cool, and I don't know. At least keep it in mind. Because even if it's for, like, a one-nighter, over there, just to check out a show, and then we go back to our side of things where we know we're safe, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it's worth the money / the risk. At least to me. Or I'd do a California trip. I mean, I would love to do a California trip too, dog. I'm not against that either. I mean, honestly, I want to do a whole, like, U.S. trip. Like, if I had, like, a travel van where if I had enough fucking money to do, like, a few months to where I can travel, like, the West Coast, maybe, like, go to the Southwest, you know, up to, like, the most western part of Texas and, you know, shit, and then go up north to, like, Montana and go through Colorado, Wyoming and shit, and then come back to Oregon, like, for a couple months, doing some shit like that, or maybe even longer to go, like, across the country to the East Coast, you know, like, just driving. I would love to fucking do that. Like, I'd rather do fucking, like, a little road trips like that. I'd start off small with, like, you know, California, maybe go back, you know, go up to the Puget Sound, go on the 101, and go all the way down south to as far as we can go, kind of thing, you know? Like, I would do shit like that, you know? I'd love to do stuff like that. Just one day, man. Especially when I got the funds for it, and, well, a license and a car, or really, for me, a van for it. But that's definitely in my game plan, but just not yet. One day, but not yet. Because once I do, I'll definitely, you know, make plans to try to do trips like that. It's like, hey, I saved enough money where I calculated, you know, I can, you know, save up like $300 and do just like, you know, 2-week-long trip going up and down the 101, and we stop in a couple towns, you know, even then make pit stops, shit, and just camp, whatever the fuck, like, I mean, like, I definitely got, like, ideas about, like, you know, how certain trips like this could be strategized. And even checking out places in Oregon alone, you know, where I would definitely, you know, immensely love to fucking just check out, because I never did. I grew up in the state, and I never been to, like, places like Crater Lake, you know, southeastern Oregon, where you have all these, like, lava tunnels and all this other shit, you know? Like, I mean, there's so many different places, even in Oregon itself, where I've just, for being born and raised here, even as a kid, I should have, you know, checked out. I mean, but I just never did. So it's like, you know, there's definitely a lot of places where it's like, I want to personally, even just if it's me, my dog, and I kind of thing, you know, I would definitely make a trip like that. You know, me, my van, dog, and I, like, I would do it. And, you know, like, because I want to experience my own state, and also the land I grew up with, Cascadia in itself, and the West Coast. Like, I identify with the land around here. Like, I mean, I live here. I ultimately belong here. You know? Like, just one of these places where it's just like, I want to experience this shit, but I just don't have the means yet. One day, but it's not yet. Are you touring? Psycho, nah. Not that I'm aware of. I should go to see Stray Cats. Oh, with them touring? Well, if they are, then I'd rather see them in Portland if they were touring in Portland. But Vegas, I mean, that would be a cool trip too. I've been to Vegas before, and I've visited the Strip for a short time. And honestly, like, I could see the appeal for it. I just wasn't there long enough to really legit, like, appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, for me, you know, I would love it, but I just never was there long enough to really, truly appreciate it. Because the airport isn't really that far away from the Strip. In fact, actually, there's, like, a way to where you can be dropped off right off the Strip and, you know, have an immediate access right back to the airport if you need to within, like, 10 minutes time. So, and honestly, man, like, I can see the appeal, man. It's, for the very short period, I mean, I never went in anywhere. I just was gambling a little bit at the airport, but, like, beyond that, like, I could see the appeal. And if honestly I had enough layover time, I would have, like, went into one of those places. Like, if I had, like, 14, 15 hours, you know, layover time at Vegas, I would have went to one of those casinos and just stay there until, like, 7, because I probably would have made some moolah or some shit, you know what I mean? But I'm a gambling man. I know my favorite type of games. Blackjack, roulette, fucking Texas Hold'em. Like, there's some games I'm actually legit good at where I know I can at least, you know, get a little bit more profit than loss. You know what I'm saying? Even if it ain't much. I don't like Vegas, but my parents wanted me to go there. Because honestly, bro, it's not about the gambling that makes Vegas really great. That is a part of it. But there's music, there is other, like, plays, there's, like, cool, like, art shows. Dude, there's a lot of fucking things in Vegas where if you go to these, like, big, like, casino places where you can go there just for, like, shows, for the food, for other shit, and you don't have to gamble a penny, dude. Like, honestly, Vegas, you know, has a lot of genuinely cool shit. Where you have, like, concerts, you have, you know, cool plays, cool, like, performances, all sorts of shit. It ain't just about the gambling stuff and everything else in between. You know, like, there's a lot of other shit that's actually worth your while, you know, if you're not a big, you know, gambler. Because even for me, like, if it, you know, like, I mean, like, I like the gambling part of it a little bit, but there's so much other stuff about Vegas that I love, too. I mean, it does have its history, you know, but, hey, man, like, I think you would genuinely love it for the other elements that aren't really talked about as much about Vegas. I mean, even, like, McCarran Airport, like, there is actually a lot of cool history about aviation in Vegas that you probably don't know about. That's actually kind of cool, too. Like, Vegas actually has some really cool stuff, culture, and history around it that isn't just around the money and the gamble shit. Like, I think you would generally like it. The thing is, you just have to know what you're looking for, and just, like, you know, like, even if you have to go to a casino, just don't go to the casino shit. Just go to the performance stuff, or, you know, the food, or whatever, like the restaurant that's in the casino, or whatever the fuck, you know, like, there's other stuff about Vegas that even I can attest to, that I'm just like, it's there. You just have to, like, take your time to actually, like, be there and appreciate it. Like, because the very little time that I was in Vegas, you know, having my layovers over there overnight, too, so I really couldn't appreciate the liveliness of it all. Like, it was legitimately, like, really cool. Like, and I could tell there's just more than gambling. There's a lot of stuff around Vegas that's actually generally really cool, and a mixture of culture and blend that, honestly, is, like, kind of really uniquely, not just American, but also, like, really uniquely, like, the concept of a melting pot. Like, Vegas really kind of is a little bit, because so many people yearn for that, like, that grandeur of the gamble stuff, but there's so much other shit around that they always spend their money on stuff like that, but also the house always wins, especially with the gamble shit, so they usually, you know, get fucked over that, and don't take the time to actually appreciate the other shit Vegas offers, and then they get duped over the gamble shit, you know? Like, Vegas is kind of one of those things where it's just like, if you're not careful, it will fuck you. She's a bad mistress, but if you can really take the time to appreciate the flowers without touching those thorns, you know, then you can really appreciate Vegas for what it is, you know? I suppose you kind of have to be there to really, truly understand it, because I was there for a little bit. Even the very short time, I was able to understand, like, oh, this is how Vegas is like. You know, and once I was able to kind of get that, I was like, oh, it makes sense now. I mean, so, ultimately, I mean, that's just my position about it, my philosophy, but, like I said, man, like, it's one of those things where I think you might appreciate the city and actually like it if you were there. Because I've been there, you know, for a layover twice, and both times for a long time, and I would leave the airport and come back, and both times I was like, you know, there's actually some really cool shit around here. I just literally at like 3 in the morning, so I have no time to appreciate none of this shit, because it's all closed. Or, like, barely open outside of, like, the casino aspect of things or some other shit, you know. So, but nothing that's in my interest. At least, you know, the very short time that I'm there. So, it's just like, I just walk around, check it out, go back on the metro, go to the airport again, go for TSA, and just, bada bing, bada boom. 2 days, I didn't like it. Oh, well, I don't know, well, how about this? Third strike with me, specifically, and you know what, if you don't like it, then 3 strikes, Vegas is out, you know, but I think if it was with me, I think you might honestly like Vegas a little bit, because I could kind of see it beyond the stereotypes of what Vegas is, you know what I'm saying, all those casinos 24/7. Vegas does have a metro. I mean, the piece that's sinking. Well, there is like this little light rail at the Vegas airport, at least from what I remember, that like will go like out just right outside of like, the airport and just like drop you off pretty much at the strip. Now it was like one thing. I was like, I'll take it. Why not? I think it was the bus. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the bus. Yeah, it was a bus. I remember it being a bus. And they didn't give a fuck about me paying fare or nothing. I was just like, hey, I'm just, at a layover for a flight. It's cool if I just check out the strip. And is there a bus coming back after that? And they're like, yeah, there is, blah, blah, blah. We don't care. Like, they're a night driver, just like TriMet. They seem pretty chill. They didn't give a fuck. So I was like, cool. So without paying for it, I just sat on that thing and went to the strip. And I was like, cool, thanks, man. Is there like a next bus or whatever? And they're like, yeah, I'll actually, be back around in about an hour if you want to, if you want to be back here on the other side of the street, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was actually being pretty chill about it. And I was like, cool. And then I just, like, checked out the strip for a little bit. And I know the casinos were 24/7, and I did walk into a couple of them for a second. But, at least the ones that are very close that I stopped because I was, like, double-checking time, like, every 10 minutes. Just because I was like, I don't want to miss this, because if so, I'm going to miss my flight. I'm going to be stuck here. Like, it's not going to be good. So I was like triple checking my shit. So I wasn't there for long, but the few places I did check out, I was like, there's some stuff. Like, I noticed, like, their little menu of like, wait, what's happening, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a lot of shit, dude. I mean, honestly. I mean, Vegas has, like, got a lot to offer if you know what to look for, honestly. Not just at the strip and the casinos, but, I mean, the thing is, Vegas is not actually the strip. The strip specifically is its own city called Paradise. So, I mean, Paradise is probably what you're thinking of, but Vegas itself, as a broader, city, overall, is way different. And from my understanding, they are definitely like a lot more of a cool spot, more so than Paradise, which includes the strip, that airport, and everything that is stereotypical about Vegas. Because people that live in Vegas literally know that like Paradise is pretty much like what people know of Vegas. I mean, because that's essentially not like downtown Vegas, but it basically is, because Vegas kind of surrounds most of it. Vegas has a monorail, but I never had a chance to ride it. It only goes between casinos, which is so dumb. So that conservative color county can keep taxes on casinos so virtually low while fucking Vegas on tax revenue. Yeah. Oh no, there's a lot of problems politically. I mean, I know there is for sure. I mean, Nevada, like, there's a lot of things that need to change for sure, man, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say Vegas is, like, inherently the fault of it all. And if anything, I would say it's more like a victim. Like, because Vegas is actually kind of a cool city if you actually take the time to kind of, like, look in between the lines of the stereotypes and all the other bullshit. Because it honestly really isn't that bad of a city. I mean, it's not good or great, but it's not bad or terrible or horrible or shitty, It's, like, literally, like, middle of the ground, like, it really could be way better and has opportunity, but at the same time, it don't. Bitch. No. It's best art, but underwhelming for the size of the city. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I even remember, like, landing in Vegas both times when I was having my layover. And I would look over at downtown of Vegas, / Paradise, and, like, I would look at, the city, and I'll be like, it is not much going for it, but at the same time, it's so tiny. But what is going for it is all condensed into one little fucking thing, and that's not even officially at any technical level Vegas. That is, officially Paradise. Like, so... Like, how in the fuck, dude? It's like, how do you... Like, what? I mean, it's just bad, dude.
Low battery.
I like how it is, at least in time. But, what the fuck? Alright. Where's a USB micro, whatever the fuck, call it, charger? Nope. Titty sprinkles. It's right there. Son of a bitch. It's on this. No. Come here, motherfucker. Why was that so stuck? Really? Lord of mercy. Thank God they're all empty. But, like, what the hell, bro? Why was that cord so stuck? This part was so stuck on that fucking chart or on that fucking controller, dude. Why? Like, whoa, bro. Like, goddamn. There's literally no reason for it to be that. Oh my god, this is really warm. But, yeah, there's no reason for that. Stay there. There we go. Back on play on YouTube works again. Dude, honestly, like, I'm really glad that I was able to figure out most of the shit with Streamlabs. Not everything, though. Because I don't want to show it off, but, like, Rip City. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do it. But, like, Rip City. Dude, I have this issue. So, watch this. So we have this, right? Which, you know, good. But watch this. Watch this. So we're here, right? So we're doing this, and we're doing this, right? Look what's happening. Do you see what's happening right now? Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong, but do you see what's happening? Do you see that? That constant bleep and bloop blop of bullshit? The 4-2... I got some shit to tweak out with Streamlabs. But we're pretty much here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're pretty much there, because we were reacting to some shit, and even I was actually kind of trying to ignore it, and even then I was like, you know what, I can't even do it. Plus, I was just, like, ranting off with different ideas and things I was saying and stuff. Yeah, I was going for other stuff, and I was like, fuck it. But, yeah. Weird pop-up notification. Yeah, and it won't stop. I'm not even doing anything. My hands are here, and it's just blinking. And sometimes it blinks longer than other times, but it just won't stop. I don't even know why, even though it will, like, have, you know, shit working fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so weird, dude. I don't get it. I really honestly don't understand it. Maybe it's just something I have to deal with, I guess, but if so, that's bullshit, and honestly gonna be annoying, and it might really disenfranchise me from doing this, but if it's something I can fix, then maybe not, but, oh my god, because honestly, even right now, dude, it's distracting me. Like, because I'm so glad that... Okay, whatever. But I'm so glad that at least, like, I got pretty much everything all settled outside of weird little quirks like this shit. So, it's only a matter of time, you know, but fucking hell, dog. It's like, come on, man. Oh, I timed that so perfectly. Oh, thank God. I don't get it, bro. Just have that. Fuck it. I don't even know. Oop. Why does this go so hard? What the fuck? You know what? I do have the opportunity to listen to more of this album, actually. Fuck it. Because I'm already digging this whole fucking band. I only literally, like, put this one song on my little playlist, but it's like, I might have to put more of their shit on my playlist. Because, god damn. What's this? The start of the album of the same album that the song came from. Okay, alright, I see what you're cooking up. I see what we're cooking up. I see what we're cooking up. I see what's cooking. This is like some straight raw, like, folk cowpunk kind of shit. Oh, definitely punky as fuck. So this is Chicago and LA this year, maybe East Coast trip next year. I want to I want to fit San Diego sometime because I heard good things about it. I mean, I've been to LA once as a kid, and honestly, bro, I will say this much. It's just as bad as the sprawl in Phoenix, dude. It's just that there's at least shit around that sprawl. Ooh, barb. But, dude, the sprawl is pretty bad. Because when you think of LA, you're thinking of Santa Monica, Compton, Brooklyn. Like, you're thinking of, well, not Brooklyn, but like, you know, you're thinking of all these fucking little, tiny little, like, mini towns and metros and shit. Like, LA is fucking huge. I mean, so, I guess it kind of depends on, you know, the side of LA that you're thinking of, too. I've been in LA recently, exactly 10 years ago. Yeah, because you saw Rush's last tour in LA, you lucky bastard. I only found out that y'all were doing that once y'all left for the trip, and I was like, I would literally have begged my mom, as a fucking high school student, to just take me on that trip. But no, I had to find out once y'all left. I was like, wait, where'd they all go? Oh, they went to see Rush in LA for their final show ever. And I was like, what? I was like, no! Dude, do you realize how butthurt and jealous I am about that, by the way? I mean, dog. Do you realize how bad I wanted to see Rush live as a kid? You know, like, I mean, oh, you're a lucky fuck. Especially for seeing them so many different times. Son of a bitch. I know it was Tyler. It was like you, Logan, Tyler, and Leif. I think that was everybody. And you, dude, it's like, and I think your mom too, it's like, bro. It's like, I actually legit kind of got a little jelly mad, being like, damn it, I just got hooked up with the homie crew, and my mom was actually being kind of legit chill about me going to shows despite school and everything. I could have, like, begged and then stopped going to shows from there on out for the rest of the year kind of thing, if I just, like, worked something, you know what I mean? Like, but no, because it was fucked up. My mom literally said, it's like, after I found out, and I was like, would you maybe let me go to that? And she was like, well, I love Rush. I mean, maybe we made a little vacation with them, and we stayed the night over there, you know, LA. But like, she actually kind of made a little argument about, like, maybe even having a little weird family weekend trip over there. I was like, I was really like, what? I was like, damn. So, it honestly, if I knew, she probably would have, like, squeaked something in. You know, because it was at that time where we still had a little funds or something like that. And I was like, oh my god. Oh, the fact, bro. And then I got, luckily with the Icelandic trip, but, like, robbed of going to Hawaii. And then that's kind of coming up too. I mean, with your folks too, but it's just like, fuck, if I can at least raise enough money for myself, and even if I'm like, you know, bitch ass broke, you know, and owe debt, you know, a little bit, like, after that, even with everything else between, I mean, I would do it, you know. My mom didn't go. I thought she did. Well, maybe mismemory. But, well, either way, though, I mean, the point still stands. If only, you know, I was in that position. But luckily, I mean, that's, you know, I actually need to update you about some stuff, you know, coming up, you know, a little bit about, you know, things. At least one-on-one. At least Rip City. Because there's definitely been some, you know, good, like, fingers crossed, like, some good shit coming up, you know. And I'm just like, you know, just gotta hope for the best, you know, with that at this point. On top of, you know, just with the hustle, you know what I mean? So, and just make sure I always have at least, you know, a little back of my pocket, you know, other insurances with other, you know, interviews and other places and all that, you know. Let's say, my ass is so fucking patient with this shit. I definitely am, like, sick of this routine that I'm in right now. Saw him in Edmonton with my dad instead. I'm assuming the final tour, but hey. I mean, I will say, though, ultimately, it's like, I'm really glad that you at least have, like, you know, folks and, like, you know, and just people that have that stability, you know, and the privileges to be able to do that, because, like, I had some, but just my parents were just never responsible with that privilege, and now I have to kind of, you know, despite my own privilege growing up, now I have to kind of, like, reap the consequences of it all, you know? So, I mean, it's just like, you know, I just need to make sure I get back in that same position to where I can at least, you know, be where I was before. At least at minimal. Or, well, not even minimal, but at maximum. Like, at minimal, I can at least, you know, just be in my own stable spot and just do my own thing at least. But, like, at maximum, be able to, like, you know, be in every little, you know, thing that homies want to be a part of and bring people along. You know, whether it's going to Hawaii, Chicago, LA, wherever the, you know what I mean? You know, because at maximum, I obviously, you know, want to be in my position about minimal. I just want to be able to be in a position where I can make sure that myself, despite anything and everything around, you know, I can take care of myself. That's what I at least, you know, I'm hoping and looking for. Including going to other places, too. Because I know that Chicago trip's coming up, and that includes, you know, take care of myself there, too. Did you ever have a chance to look for other shows on Chicago, a Dip and a Double Dip? Can't find any. Not right off the top, but, there are some people from Chicago that said they would keep an ear out, so I was gonna talk to them a little further on Discord for some of the places that I'm, some of the Discords I'm familiar with. So, well, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I mean, at least for right now, I'm still keeping an eye out. I don't know if I'm gonna get any information right off the top. But when I do, I will let you know. Like, as soon as I do, I will let you know. But at least for right now, I don't know anything as of yet. So, but once I do, I'll make sure. Because, dude, it would be so cool to check out, like, a little small, like, bar show. Like going to, like, the Twilight or, like, cafe or, like, the High Watermark or something. Like, the equivalent of that in Chicago and seeing, like, a local band do their thing and maybe get some merch from them, too. Like, at least at minimal, some stickers. I would love to at least grab some stickers from, like, a local band if we find, like, a local show somewhere. Like, that would be fucking dope. So, I mean, hey, if I will make sure I keep my ear out, and I will let you know as soon as I find something out, because, I definitely got a little context, at least from what the people I did reach out to, they weren't familiar with yet, but they will keep their ears out. So, eventually, I think I might be able to find something. But when I do, I'll let you know. Because, I think that'll be legit. I want to see how hard Chicago goes, you know what I'm saying? Because us Portlanders, we go harder for our punk and metal scene, but I want to see how good it is over there, too. Because I know they got some good shit, but I wonder how good. I wonder how raw it gets. I want, like, a bruise out of a mosh pit from those motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I wanted, like, shit. My jeans got ripped. And I have a little bruise on my cheek because they fucked me up good and the elbow just hit me that hard. Yeah, damn. Yeah, I want something like that. Like, I want like, a little nice mark. When we come back, from Chicago. And also, if we have an opportunity, or if we can sink our way in, we should mosh, to some mate, or, to some system, dude. Or Avenged Sevenfold. Like, we should find our way, like, to sneak in on the bottom floor, on the ground level, at the right opportunity, and then just, like, straight up, like, near the end of the set, and then mosh. Not just mosh our way through, but just mosh once we're in the front. And just like, if there's not a pit already started, we start one. Just mosh on our way through. You know what I'm saying? Like us Portlanders, like, we gotta show how we gotta show how us PNW motherfuckers, especially us Portlanders and us PDX motherfuckers, we gotta show them how it's done. Them people out of Chicago, they gotta know how it's done, son. They gotta know how it's done over here. They gotta know our fucking energy. And if they can't compete, ultimately they're just bitches. This big stadium, I don't even know if it's saying or saying down below. Well, we'll gauge it, but knowing me and Logan, we're probably gonna be rebellious bitches. I'm sorry, but me and Logan are probably gonna be doing some rebellious stuff. Not just for that show, but also for Chicago in general. I can neither confirm nor deny our actions, and our, like, activities, throughout Chicago while we're there. I can only say that wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But hey, it's all gonna be fun-natured good shit. Because we're there ultimately for a good time. That's ultimately the point. I'm just trying to find, ways to make it the maximum fun opportunity. Because if we can mosh somehow to that shit, the one time we ever see System, Avenged Sevenfold, and shit, like, dude, the one time we see these bands, and the mosh even once for one of them in their set list, like, I mean, if we have an opportunity, we should probably just legit sneak our way over there and just do it. You know what I mean? Like, I will. And knowing Logan, he probably will come with me and probably encourage it. And probably encourage you too. Because I will. I'm not gonna stop you, lol. Ah, come on, come on. Oh, come on, Rip. You gotta have a little wild spice in the life. Come on. Oh my god, of course. Why am I not surprised? Oh my god. You know what? We still got time. Me and Logan will convince you. We will turn you to... Dude, you almost got arrested in jail for justice. You know, how many times at the protest back in 2020? You got your rebellious side of the law. I mean, come on. You got the rebellious side of the law. You can't deny that. Especially when you got a little something in your system. Avenged Sevenfold. Like, come on. You can't deny it. You can't deny the energy that will build up within you when it happens, bro. And especially when it's the right song. And the right song comes up. And you're just like, oh, hell yeah. And you just have to, like, rush your way down and fucking go. Bro, come on now. I mean, when you're, like, moshing your way to the fucking center of the front of the crowd, how's security gonna stop you? When you're just like, bro, you know, especially with, like, you, me, and Logan, like, all three of... Dude, bro, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. But just being reckless. It ain't being reckless. Oh, would you argue that us, you know, moshing at, you know, Iron Maiden, you know, was reckless? Especially after some of the weird shit that I got moshing around. When, for some reason, I was targeted at that mosh pit, you know, Minneapolis. I mean, would that be called reckless? Because some people will say yes. I mean, but it ain't. And it ain't protests either. But at the same time, it's just like we're all having fun. I don't know. I mean, I at least, you know, say, hey, come on now, you know. But, hey, I can't stop you from saying nah. You're your own man, you know. But, like you said, it ain't gonna stop us. So, something happens to us, we get kicked out earlier, and we have to wait for you to leave once the show's over. Then, hey, that's on us, I guess, right? Or at least on me, because I might. But, hey, you know what? It'd be worth it. Especially at least if it gets some merch. Then it'll definitely be worth it. Dude, this is like a fucking epic rock song out of nowhere for this album. What's the name of it? Waco? Oh, the lyrics are actually a little bit about Waco. Oh, okay. Oh, damn, okay. We're gonna make sure that... I might have to like make most of this album on my little broader playlist. Because holy shit, this is actually pretty epic as fuck. And it's almost like kind of Rush-like, but like cowpunk too. I don't know why, but there is like a weird like Rush influence, at least that I'm kind of noticing. At least in between. It kind of starts like that and then goes right back into like little cowpunk shit, like right here. Not trying to get to be Chicago security / cops. Hey, if I get banned from their, you know, venue, what? Am I gonna go back to that venue, you know, anytime soon? No. If anything, I guarantee you they'll probably forget about me. If we happen to go to Chicago and go to that venue again, you know what I'm saying? Like, I guarantee you they're probably alright. Ultimately, I mean, it's not like, you know, anything wild be going on. Like, what? We go down, like, the worst case scenario, we sneak in, try to do a mosh pit on the ground floor because we really want to be up close and go hard. I mean, like instead of, sitting at our standing, at our seats, whatever. Like, I mean, if that's really the worst case scenario, I mean, then Chicago ain't gonna be no fucking problem. Like, it's gonna be all beans and gravy. In fact, honestly, that'd just make for a more fucking fonder memory. Like, oh, a homie, or maybe, like, two homies somehow, like, at the very near end of, like, System of a Down set, we got kicked out because security caught us in the middle of moshing. I mean, you know what? Like, that's gonna be a cool fucking story to, like, eventually, tell down the line, Like, a few beers with friends, be like, yo, that happened. But you know what? We were, like, fucking saying, fuck you, blah, 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 right where they're playing, like, their second to last song, and we were able to hear the last little bit of it. Like, blah, blah, like, yeah. Worst case scenario, I'm saying. Best case scenario, none of that happens. It's all just fine and gravy. Because ultimately, that's just what's going to happen. It's all going to be fine and gravy, ultimately. I mean, me, at least me, might have a little, like, I mean, but let's be real. Chances are it probably won't happen. I mean, especially where our seats are. I don't even think we'd have time near the end of the set for, like, the song that we're like, oh, we gotta mosh to this. You know what I mean? Like, chances are, like, we're not even gonna get near the bottom and to the ground floor by the time, the song is, like, even remotely halfway over. Like, it'll be done by the time we get down there. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, somehow we have to, like, strategically, like, know that they're just gonna play a good, epic fucking song, like, after, a certain song, like, we just, like, we have to have, like, some weird telepathic, like, they're gonna play the song next, let's go down there and mosh to it, and they do, like, we'd have to have, like, some telepathic, like, psychic energy shit to really, like, know that. By the time we get down there, then that song plays, and, like, let's go! And, like, that's the only way that would happen. Like, there ain't no way that we're gonna be able to, like, get down there, Unless, like, those last few songs are just, like, banger after banger after banger for that final little set, and it's like, oh, yeah, this next song after this one, oh, yeah, yeah, bro, like, so, it just depends on the set. And maybe on our way over there, we could probably gauge the set, because I know they have a show, like, a week or two before Chicago, I think. So, maybe we can gauge the set list from there, because the chances are their set list won't be too different from that. Chances. Got busy August. 3 bike rides, at least 1 protest, Timbers game, and 3 shows. Yeah, and depending on how my situation is, that might expand for me too, because, like, I want to at least try to make up for some of this year too, on top of, they're saving up for Chicago, plus, at least, having some funds, not just for at least a few local shows, but also at least, some of the, other things that we're doing, like the Chicago thing, plus, Timbers game, little, just so I can have little trinkets and stuff, right? Like, between stickers, like a t-shirt, stuff like that, Because, I mean, when it comes to little events like that, I always like at least having, like, a little trinket, to have, to kind of remember it by. That's why I have, honestly, like, 90% of my shirts are, like, tour/band shirts / like, concert shirts and shit. Like, I mean, most of my shirts are that, because those, are, like, a kind of form of those type of trinkets, where it's, like, it's something to remember that show by, on top of some of the videos or pictures and some other stuff I might have. So, like I said, man, especially with this week, fingers crossed, because I've been very fucking impatient about, getting some moolah in my pocket, but luckily, at least especially some of the places I've been, like, actually legit, talking, keeping in contact with, it seems good. So, like I said, fingers crossed. I mean, it's not a confirmation, but my hopes are they are. I just can't really confirm at this point because I'm kind of sick of doing that and then just not being a thing. Especially because there's always like one bullshit after the other kind of hiccup and other shit, you know. Oh my god, you're such good babies. You never barked or nothing. They didn't even notice you were home. Oh my god, you good dogs. Oh, they deserve treats. They need some treats. They deserve treats because that was actually fucking amazing. Little Vito. Oh my goodness, that was fucking amazing. They didn't react until he came home. Until he opened the door. That was perfect. Such great dogs. Vito, are you... Oh my goodness, are we a happy boy? Oh, you have a toy? Do we have a toy? We have a toy? You want a toy? Come, Vito. He wants that toy? Whoop! He's so happy he wants to play. Aw. That's so cute.
But also, I made money.
Well, that's good.
I'm telling you, man. Young, poor, whites and blacks. They do not tip for shit. And they're liars about it, too. This generation has no class or empathy, compassion.
Well, at the same time, they have no money either. I mean, and they shouldn't really be...
They probably are fucking... They have no... Like, your parents probably suck. They didn't equip them with anything. The education system fucking sucks. They didn't equip them with anything. I thought they gonna be... But at least not... Like, I grew up poor. I had class, dog. People have no class. They're just trashy as fuck.
Oh my god. You should come on the bike rides with me and Stefan. Yeah, I'll probably do that.
Rich people are evil. But poor white and poor black Americans, I tell you what, man, they suck pretty hard too. They're pretty damn selfish also. It's the poorest of the Americans suck, and the richest of Americans suck harder. They both suck. And I'm poor.
Because they kind of enable... Well, because both the behaviors, you know, kind of enable the stereotypes of the class system, you know, kind of thing. And hence why it gets worse and worse, because they feed into each other in a sad way.
They're overworking the fucking
I know.
Parents. The parents
I mean, because it's...
nothing.
I know. Because it's... yeah. I figured they will bark once he got home before he opened the door, but I guess not. I was thinking about one more board before he came back, but guess not. You know, fuck it. This will be the last little one. Look how good. Like I said, ultimately, this is actually like a good broader, like, you know, test, you know, for Streamlabs shit, but hey. The guy tweaks around the edges, but in time, man, it will get better. It will be good. Jesus, look at all that dank.
I even gave the guy out the fucking smoker friend, I gave him a pizza because I had too many.
Huh? Dude, damn, look at all that. That's immaculate, bro.
You might be interested in this pizza marinara bread bowl pasta. I feel like that'd be up your alley.
Interesting.
He's like, oh. This got yeeted, and so did this.
Oh, I thought I picked everything up. I guess not. Damn. Let's call it good for now. So, I guess, you know, hey, you know, for all Streamlabs purposes, good success. But, oh, don't treat it like that. No. Oh, wow, Logan's trying to treat it like he's offended now. Wow.
Oh, look at these fucking mosquito bites.
I know, you showed me the other night.
They're worse now. Look, they're turning into red
like you see how it's not just pink, it's like actually a hole.
The Illuminati is taking control further.
Do you see there's holes and they're getting bigger?
Yeah, they're like the infection bites. That's like the source of the bites.
Crazy bad, dude. Thank God I don't live in Africa. I would die so fast from malaria.
Well, we all. But anyway.